Good afternoon, everybody. It's been a bit. It's been a little bit, and you can probably still hear in my voice that I'm a little bit sick, but probably not sick enough to stop me from going ahead with this stream anyway. Yeah, it has been a solid, I think, 3 weeks since I last streamed, but there's good reason for that, which is, of course, what today's stream is about. I went on a whole trip for, it says like 2 weeks or something in the title and the thumbnail, but I think it was actually closer to like 16 days maybe. I left on the Friday, when was that? The 20th, I think, early on the 20th, and then I came back on the 6th, very early. So I was gone for, what was that, 17 days, I guess? Yeah, it has been a hell of a trip. And I'm excited to share it with you guys, but you have to give me a second to get back into the streaming flow, because it's actually been 3 weeks since I've done any streaming. Really gotta get back into it. Alright. So, hope everyone's had a solid couple of weeks while I was gone. Hopefully you didn't miss me too much, because I did, of course, have 3 videos release. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, the 3rd week I was gone is because I was incredibly, like, super sick. I only got kind of better this morning. Yesterday was not great. It's been bad for the past couple of days, but we'll sort of loop back around to that at some point. But for now, good afternoon to Failord and Trekkie and Hikarovsk and Nox Felis. Hope everyone's having a solid week so far. I know it's Monday, unfortunately, but hopefully we get to make your Monday a little bit better. Let's see. Did you have some bibimbap? I think I did have some bibimbap. But if I did, it would have been like 2.5 weeks ago, so I kind of forget a little bit. Let me see. Let me look up some bibimbap. I actually may have not had bibimbap. I think we went to a restaurant that had it, but I got spicy pork instead, and it was really good. Anyway, we'll get to that, because we have everything to go over. I'm gonna go over, like, my entire trip for the next, like, 2 hours. So we'll get to everything at some point. Would you like to know an interesting bit of recent law? Sure, I guess. Depends on law for where? For who? If both dates the last 5 days... It both dates the last 5 days and 158 some years ago? Sure. Hello, Maisu. Can we expect some Ann Benar again soon? Maybe. Quite possibly. I did record a little bit while I was sick before I got, like, super sick. So, I may have done a little something. Anyway, we'll get to that too at some point. Let me see here. I feel like this is still a little too loud. I'm gonna bring that down. The background music. Hopefully the audio levels are fine. I had some issues with my earbuds, and I'm hoping it's not an issue with my actual audio interface. Hopefully it really is just a thing with my earbuds, but we'll find out, I guess. You call the Hatfields McCoys? Not at all, actually. A big feud and all, a big part of it was home distillery and stuff. This is lore I'm completely unfamiliar with. At least the Hatfields and McCoys. That is some incredibly obscure. To me, this is super obscure history. Guess what became legal again? Home distilling. Legal again where? At least in the US? Oh, okay. Actually don't know if it's legal where I am. Let me see. while brewing beer or making wine at home is permitted. Operating a still to produce alcohol is illegal in every part of Canada. It is a federal crime. What do you know? Crazy how that works. Anyway, we can talk a little bit more about the alcohol I had while I was in Japan too, because it was actually pretty good. It was pretty nice. Touching down in Fukuoka and a lemon sour hitting my hand like Thor's hammer. Wake up in the morning, go to the Lawson, pick up a few things, and you know I'm grabbing 2 lemon sours for the evening. Anyway, how about this? I actually did set up a little thing here. I heard federal crime. We were talking about distilling in Canada. Apparently it is illegal across the entire country. I did actually, let's see, did I comb back all the way through my pictures? I did, okay, right. So we're gonna go through literally the entirety of my trip here. So hopefully you're ready. You have a few snacks, a few drinks, some popcorn, maybe some little, I actually picked up these little like popped rice snacks on the flight back home. They're actually not that good. They're kind of mid. They were all right. Anyway, hopefully you have some of those, because we're going to start off here. We are going to get started with this. Beginning with... There we go. Beginning with, this actually was the view from the Airbnb when I was in Seoul. Let me actually start with the flight there. The flight there kind of sucked, but I think that's just every single flight that's super long. Like flying out to Vancouver and then from Vancouver to Tokyo, actually, the way that we did it was we booked a round trip to Japan, but within that round trip, we actually booked another flight to Korea, to South Korea, because it was just cheaper for some reason. Like, I don't know why a direct from Vancouver to Seoul was more expensive than doing a round trip. Well, you know, the flight to Seoul and then a one-way back from Tokyo back home. For some reason, that was more expensive than booking the round trip. So we went with the round trip, flew to Tokyo, and then from Tokyo, we did a self-transfer to Seoul, which was kind of awkward because, like, whenever you get to Japan, you have to fill out this form. It's easier to do it online. They have, like, a little website you can go to. And the thing is, if you want to get into Japan for any period of time, even just a self-transfer, you have to sort of declare everything. Like, oh, where are you going to be staying? What's the phone number of the place you're staying at? That kind of thing. But it's kind of awkward because we're literally there for 1 day, so... had to tell them, like, yeah, so we're going to stay at the airport for 1 day, and that's our entire thing. And then they asked us, like, oh, do you have proof that you're going to transfer? But the thing is, I was, like, pretty much the only guy with the proof. It was a whole ordeal, but we managed to make it through. It wasn't that bad. So, we managed to land in Tokyo, had like a little self-transfer, went to Seoul. It was super, super late when we got to Seoul. Late by traveling standards. It was like 1 in the morning when we touched down. It was exhausting, and by that point, my brain was not working. So when we called the taxi, well, you know, called it, we stepped outside, grabbed the taxi to get to our place. The thing is, our Airbnb was in the middle of absolutely nowhere, right? You can actually see, so this is the view from the Airbnb, right? And you can see that we're kind of in the middle of nowhere, because this is the main city. This is Seoul, like the north part, I think, of Seoul in the background you can see here. And then we have where I'm staying. And you can see in this little thing by my shoulder here, right? Actually, I don't know if you can see my cursor. Can you? There we go. So you can see over here, right, that these buildings are not like skyscrapers. They're not like apartments or anything. So we're just like that high up in the mountains or in the hills on the outskirts of Seoul. But the other thing is that, like, it's super hard to tell a taxi how to get here. Because we were given instructions from the Airbnb guy, but he was like, oh, just take the bus stop at Naksan Park, and then, you know, get off there and then walk a little bit and you'll get there. He sent a video and everything, so it was like, okay, that can't be that bad. So we tried to show the address to the taxi guy in Korea when we touched down, and he was like, he had no idea where he was going. He was like, oh, you know, we'll go to Naksan Park, and then we'll just go from there, right? Because he just started driving and then tried to figure out, he was like talking to some guy on his phone, like, how do I find this place? Because the instructions we were given were in English, and the taxi driver did not speak even a single word of English. He couldn't read literally any of the instructions we were given, which is kind of ironic, because we were told to show it to the taxi. But anyway, it was a whole ordeal. We managed to get like somewhat close, and then he tried to ask us for the address, so I tried to give him the address, and then the problem was like the address was, like he tried to put it in, but it didn't work in his GPS system, and we were trying to figure it out between us. We didn't speak any Korean, he didn't speak any English. It was a little late into this whole ordeal when we decided to actually pull out Translate. And even then, that like only kind of helped. So I ended up getting back to my Airbnb at like, I don't know, like 2:30 in the morning. After flying for like 18 hours in the air, plus the layovers. That was a whole ordeal. I think I never want to fly again, actually. I think I'd be pretty content with not flying greater than 3 hours the next 3 years of my life. Because I just can't sleep on planes. That's the other problem. I try to sleep on a plane, and every time I'm about to drift off to fall asleep, like it's just something wakes me up. Like I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna fall asleep, and it's like I lock in for some reason. It just happens over and over and over again whenever I try to fall asleep. So I basically can't sleep on planes, I learned. And that was great, especially considering the way back was so much worse than the way there, but we'll get there, don't worry. Anyway, we got to our Airbnb. This is the view. It's kind of nice. The inside of the Airbnb is kind of mid. It's a very, very small place. Like, I wasn't really prepared for just how small this place was. It is literally, you have like a main room with not even a real kitchen. It has like a stovetop. There's a little table with 2 benches and a TV. And it's a very narrow corridor, and that's like the entire main room. And then on the sides you have the washroom in the like back right, and then 3 other rooms. The washroom, I later learned this is apparently like a very common thing in Korea, but the washroom is like a combo between, you have the toilet in there, and then you have not even like a shower. Like the shower isn't a shower. The entire room is both the shower and there's just the toilet in it. And then it's like this thing attached to the sink. So you turn on the sink and you raise the little thing, and it's connected to a shower head. Very interesting. It made it very unpleasant if you ever needed to like use the washroom after someone took a shower, because the entire floor is wet. And then also in the same room was like the worst washer-dryer combo we've ever experienced, because like it just didn't dry very well. It was it didn't wash very well, it didn't dry very well. It was not the greatest Airbnb experience, but hey, we weren't spending much time in there anyway. So we got there, and you know, nice view, kind of stuffy in there, but hey, it is what it is. You know, took a shower, slept until morning, and all that stuff. Oh, actually, I should mention before this, PSA, never take Jeju Air if you can help it. That was legitimately the worst flight I have ever been on in my entire life. For a couple of reasons. One, for a 3-hour flight, they offered like no water, no snacks, nothing. You would have to pay for anything. Which I can understand for like an hour flight or like 45 minutes, but for 3 hours, not even offering water is diabolical. Secondly, I mean, this is maybe just a me problem, but there's negative leg room on that plane, and it was so bad that my left knee was jammed up against the seat in front of me, and my left knee actually hurt for like 2 entire days after that. So I feel like I could like complain for bodily injury or something, because it was so bad. Like I don't even know what that muscle's called. It's like in your knee, it's the outer tendon, I guess, that connects your thigh to your lower leg. I don't know what that's called, but every time I would go down or up a step, it would just have a sharp pain, and I think that was entirely the fault of the plane that I was on. That was really bad. If I ever have the opportunity to go back to Korea or Japan again, I will not be will not be flying Jeju Air. God, that was so bad. Anyway, we managed to get back to the Airbnb, you know, chilled for a little bit. I don't even remember what the first day we did was. I'm pretty sure it was, let's see, we went shopping for the most part. This is just like the way down. Very hilly area. This is just like a small taste of the number of stairs we had to climb to get back to the Airbnb. Because remember, I mentioned like, oh, we're on the outskirts of Seoul. We're on this little hill, right? You can see we're literally built into the hillside, into the mountainside. So I think I counted on the way up, it was like 308 stairs to get back to the Airbnb, and we had to do that at least once, sometimes twice a day, for 4 days while we were in Seoul. That was maybe the worst part of it all. That and just like generally my feet hurt a lot the entire trip. Hello Emphatic Water, how's it going? You're just in time, we've barely gotten started. But yeah, it was so many stairs. I don't think I've ever climbed that many stairs just to get to one place in my entire life. 308, especially after a day of doing like 25,000 steps, and you've just had dinner, and you've had like 2 beers at dinner, and you're like, ah, man, now I gotta climb 308 stairs just to get back to the B&B. And the B&B is always super hot in there too. Like they didn't have any air conditioning, they just had a fan that would make it sometimes a little bit more bearable. That was an experience. I hope to never see another stair again in my life. I hope to never have to... I don't know. If I see a Stairmaster, I might get PTSD, honestly. It was... And like, somehow that wasn't even the worst part. Like, we haven't gotten to the worst part of the sheer number of flights climbed over the course of this trip. This was actually just training mode for what came later. But anyway, this is just like a little alleyway, a bunch of stairs and stuff. More stairs. Very nice looking place, actually. Eventually, if you got down to this main road, it was basically like a big slope all the way up. And it's interesting to see buildings. They're at like a 45-degree angle from the road. There was one part that was super steep. You were like basically climbing a hill, and it was paved. I can't imagine trying to park on that thing. You'd have to have the utmost faith in your brakes. But, yeah, it was very, very mountainous. I didn't really expect... I don't know what I expected for Seoul. I thought it was a lot flatter, and like for the most part it is, but on the outskirts, like it is crazy mountainous. Was there a Yeti while you ascended Mount Hrothgar? There might as well have been. We actually ascended Mount Hiko in Fukuoka. We'll get to that in a minute. Hello Oto. Hope you had a good time in Japan and Korea. It was a really good time, but I think it's one of those classifications of fun where it's like, that was a lot of fun, but I don't think I want to do that for another year, at least. You know, like, that was great, but it would be even greater if that remains a memory for at least another year. Because as much as I enjoyed it, there were a lot of things that I also did not enjoy very much while I was there. So, I mean, we'll get to that when we get there. I mean, one of the things was the sheer number of stairs I had to climb back to the B&B, so there was that. But it was kind of a mixed bag, more good than bad. But we'll get there. Let's see here. We also have some really cool artwork that we saw in this building. Nothing crazy. Well, I mean, the artwork is pretty crazy. Painting that on like a 3-story building. That's pretty neat. What else do we have here? Oh, yeah. Oh, right. So, for some reason in South Korea, Italian brain rot is really poppin'. They have a lot of products for Italian brain rot. You can buy, like, mugs, you can buy keychains, you can buy plushies, there are gacha machines. I found this incredibly funny, because this isn't even one of the ones you find in... They have, like, gacha malls you can go into, where the entire building is literally just gacha machines. But this one wasn't even inside of a building. It's just like along the side of a road. On the outskirts of Seoul, you have this coin Italian brain rot machine. I did not end up using it, unfortunately, because I basically just used my credit card while I was in Korea. I didn't take any cash out at all. And then my friend, he actually has like he's like a better international credit card, so he would mostly do like a bunch of group purchases, and then we just like fixed it, you know, it's split-wise to pay him back later. So I didn't have any cash on me, so I didn't end up using any of it. Very unfortunate. I would have liked to grab at least one brain rot thing while I was in South Korea, but it just wasn't in the cards. Maybe if we went to South Korea later, then I would have felt like spending more money, but at the start of the trip, I was like, I don't know if I want to spend that much. I have so much of the trip ahead of me, you know? I don't know what I'm gonna have to pay, so maybe I shouldn't spend a bunch of money on stupid things. Not yet, at least. Japan EU5 run. I don't know if they fixed it yet, but we'll see. Victoria 3 Japan run. That's probably a lot more in the cards. Don't worry, Lysander. I have not... You did not miss me speaking about anime yet. In fact, we won't get there until kind of like the very end. Surprisingly. I'll only mention it when we get to like the Akihabara part. But anyway, very funny that South Korea has so much Italian brain rot stuff in it. We have a little street here. There's a surprising amount of English on pretty much all the signage around here. Maybe it's because it's a super international city, you know, it's Seoul. But it's kind of interesting to see like the juxtaposition of there being a lot of English on signs everywhere, and then trying to find somebody in South Korea that actually speaks English. That was kind of interesting, because I think there's even less English spoken in South Korea than in Japan, and they don't speak that much either. Oh, it's also, sorry, it's also kind of funny. You can see there's like Japanese in the background too. I think that's like a Japanese restaurant. And I got a couple of those. But yeah, another thing that was interesting actually is that there are so many pharmacies. So many pharmacies in South Korea. There are like 6 on one street, all lined up next to each other for some reason. I have no idea why. More English in Seoul than in Montreal, it seems. That's kind of true. Except you'll find people in Montreal that'll actually speak English to you, which is the opposite in Seoul. Unless you're speaking to somebody who's like, you know, also a visitor, also a tourist. But yeah, it was interesting because nobody in my group knew any Korean whatsoever. I don't know any Korean, not even a little bit. But, you know, like, I tried a lot to learn very simple things. So, you know, I was hitting at least 7 consolidas every single day. You know, by the end of the 4th day in Korea, it was just like consolida, barely pronouncing it at that point. There was that, which just means thank you, and then there's also, let's see if I remember this. 안녕하세요 was also something that a lot of shopkeepers would say, and I think it means both hello and goodbye. There might be a little difference in there. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it well enough, but basically all I needed to do was I would go up to the corner store person and be like, I don't know if I'm even supposed to say anything to them, because I know in Japan you're actually not supposed to say anything as a greeting, but anyway. I was like, oh, 안녕하세요, and then, you know, they would point and be like, bag in English, and that was the most English you would get for the most part. And then, you know, after that it was just like, consolida. And then that was basically all I needed to know. There's that, and if you're at a restaurant and you need something, you could point and be like, 주세요, I think, means like, please give me. I think it's like a polite enough way to be like, hey, please give me this thing. And then the other word I know, I think, is mol, which I think means water. Which we actually used a lot because they don't give you that much water. They give you like a little thing that's maybe enough for 1 round, and then you have to keep on asking for more. So those were maybe the 3 phrases that I knew in Korea. Managed to get around with them though, so that was great. Anyway, nice little shopping district. We have a lot of pictures to go through, so if I spend more than a minute on each one, it's actually going to be a 7-hour stream. So we just have this big shopping building with a little structure in front of it. Went inside that shopping building. Pretty cool. Kind of shocking, the sheer difference in urbanism between, well, I live in the suburbs, so no, not a lot of urbanism. But going to like a real city, you know? Going to like a massive major city is kind of like a huge shock. Because you can see, like, they have the subway station things here, right? And they have like an actual subway station. Actual subway with real trains that are on time and do not fail when there's a few centimeters of snow on the tracks, which is shocking. Hi, Corbett, what did you catch? A severe illness. I don't even know. It wasn't actually that bad. It was just like the worst head cold I've had in maybe 3 years, and it lasted about 4 days. I actually do still have it a little bit, which is why my voice might sound a little bit different, but... Was it COVID too? I don't think so. I've had COVID before and it was really bad, and this was not that bad. COVID had my lungs like crackling. It was so bad. Like I would cough so much, I think it did damage to my lungs, and I would breathe in and it would be like weird crackling sounds. That was not a fun time. And then I also got super sick on my birthday 2 years ago, so maybe that was the worst head cold. Anyway. Really bad, basically, like, my ears were congested, and they hurt a lot. And when I sneezed, it would cause, like, my entire body, it was like a full body sneeze. Like, even my chest started hurting. Really bad cough, really bad sneeze. My head felt like a pressure cooker for, like, 4 days. So, fortunately, that was after going to Korea and Japan, because the entire time we were there, I didn't really get sick at all, and it was also beautiful weather. So I got pretty much the luckiest you could possibly get on this trip. Especially because my friend, I'll actually get there in a second, but he actually got food sickness, or food poisoning on the second day, which is pretty unfortunate. Technically it was the first day, because he was throwing up by like 10 p.m. that evening. So he didn't have a very fun time, but fortunately, I was kind of chilling for the most part. Anyway, just a nice little view here. I think this is Seoul Tower, maybe? Possibly. Actually, can you guys even see my mouse? Maybe not. I'm pretty sure this is Seoul Tower. And I actually did go up on the Seoul Tower, so we'll get a few pictures of that in a minute. Maybe the most touristy thing I did while I was there. Why is it called Seoul Tower? Because it's in Seoul. I think it also possibly harvests the souls of Korean businessmen. Possibly. A couple other shots. Big buildings. I actually got a little tired of taking pictures of, like, urban landscapes like this by the last day in Tokyo. So what's funny is I actually have, like, a roughly equal number of pictures between Korea and Japan, even though I spent, like, 3 times as long in Japan. And it's mostly just because, like, I kind of got tired of taking pictures everywhere. So I was like, oh, you know, street in Korea, isn't that cool? This was a pretty nice shot, actually, walking back to the Airbnb. Little picture of a crow silhouette. A couple of crows. This, also a really nice picture. This is actually not from the B&B, but it's from, like, the walk back. Really beautiful picture. Very pleased with this. Excellent photography, if I do say so myself. What else do we have here? Little cafe. Looks pretty neat. And next to it actually was another cafe. Maybe the most unique cafe I've ever seen. It's like a really small place. A bunch of little trinkets everywhere. That's kind of cool. Didn't actually go into either of these cafes, I just thought they looked really nice. We did actually end up going to a place that was very nearby, so like for dinner, ironically, for dinner first night in Korea, we went to grab Chinese food. But like, you know, when you're in Korea and you're grabbing Chinese food, it's not like the Chinese food you're gonna find in North America. Like, North America Chinese food is like what a guy thought he could sell off as Chinese food 40 years ago. And then it just sort of like, it ran as the idea of what Chinese food is in North America. But it's not really Chinese food. Listen, I figure if you go to Korea and get Chinese food, it's the closest thing you're gonna get to having like solid, actually decent Chinese food. Not the kind that you get in North America, like the actual decent stuff. Yeah, like the fusion food that you have in North America. So it's like a rare opportunity to get like actually decent food that's actually meant to be Chinese food. This, by the way, is Mapo tofu. The stuff I have in this bowl here. This is really, really good. If you ever find yourself with the opportunity to get Mapo tofu, I would absolutely suggest. I would definitely recommend it. It is really, really good. Even if you're somebody who hates tofu. Like, it really is good. I'm not a big tofu guy myself, but I liked it a lot. We had like seafood, and I think this was like barbecue pork or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, that was pretty solid. This was actually the meal that my friend got food poisoning from, though, unfortunately. Which was interesting, because we did it in like, I don't think maybe you'd call it hot pot, maybe not. It's just like you order a bunch of stuff to the table, and then everyone just takes stuff, you know, whatever they want. So, somehow he was the only guy who got food poisoning from this meal, and nobody else did. Which is kind of weird, because we all had the exact same stuff. Next step, getting Thai food in Taiwan. The Taiwan food. Really like a bibimbap, would recommend it. Shame you missed it there. Yeah, I mean... So, we'll get to it at some point, but I ended up grabbing the spicy pork because I just wasn't very hungry. We had gotten back from the DMZ. I'll get to that in a second. But we just had lunch after getting back. I wasn't that hungry, so I just grabbed the spicy pork. Because everyone else at my table got like something that was like the spicy pork, like a sort of like a side, I guess, along with their bibimbap. But I just wasn't hungry enough to have the bibimbap, so it is what it is. I didn't realize it was supposed to be like a staple, or not like a staple, but one of those foods you're supposed to try while you're there. So, my bad. Maybe I'll find like a good bibimbap spot near me. Maybe. I have a bunch of like Thai food restaurants near me, so. A bunch of Thai places, a bunch of Vietnamese places. So I'm sure I can probably find like a decent Korean place. Anyway. After that, so my friend got food poisoning from this, so he was kind of dead for the next day. On the way back, we just found a couple of cats. Just chilling for some reason on the outskirts of Seoul. Just vibing. There's actually one where they would sort of hang out around this one particular bench on the climb back. And if you sat down next to it, then it would become like super friendly. It was kind of neat. But yeah, stray cat. Didn't want to interact too much with them, because who knows what kind of diseases they might have, but they're pretty chill. This, I think it's literally just like a shopping street Korea moment where I'm like, hey, this is pretty cool. Not really something special about it, it's just shopping street Korea. That's pretty much it. This was pretty cool, though. This was... I don't remember what the temple itself was called. But basically, we went on a little journey to... There's this place called, like, the... What's it called? The Culture Park, I think? In Seoul? Kind of cool. We'll get to that in a second. But along the way, they have this big temple. I wish I'd taken another picture of it, because it really is just, like, next to this massive intersection. They just kept it around, which... That's pretty cool. It is funny though, just to see this temple in the middle of all this like urban... Not urban sprawl, but just like massive urbanism, and then just boom, temple. They also have this big like river walkway thing. Walked along this. I thought it was a really nice view, because it's like one of those rare parts in Seoul where you can see pretty far down the street. That's pretty neat. It was just along the way to the to the culture park. This thing was interesting. So this is a big mall, right? But weirdly enough, if you go inside this mall, there's actually like nothing here. I don't really know what's up with this, but you go onto the first floor and they have like one shop. But if you try to take the elevator, first of all, you can't even go to the top. It blocked it off. We wanted to go to the top and like see out from the top of this, you know, big shopping center. But you can't even do that for some reason. And also, there was really just the first floor. Everything else was like just empty, completely empty. Like you weren't even allowed to go up the escalators. Which is, I think, why also you couldn't take the elevator to the top. Yeah, it was kind of weird. Almost a little, like, ominous. Like, it feels very out of place in this area that seems, you know, pretty busy. And then you walk into this big mall and it's just empty. Mall's dying? I guess so. At least this one was. It was kind of weird. Especially because across from it there was another mall that was kind of popping. Like, it really did have a bunch of stuff in it, so we went to that one afterwards, but anyway. We have The Orb. This is at the Culture Park. It's just a cool-looking zebra-striped metal ball. They have a bunch of these little egg things, which I don't even know what they're made of. Chrome, maybe, but yeah, the Culture Park is like this massive structure that has a bunch of cool stuff in it. It was surprisingly not very busy, but I guess it was also kind of a weekday, so I don't know. Very few people were visiting this culture park. But I suppose it's one of those situations where it's like, if you this is where the Koreans hatch. Anyway, it's kind of like if you ever visit the Olympic Stadium or the Olympic Park in Montreal, like it's kind of eerie that there are so few people around it because it's like this massive concrete structure with a bunch of stuff, and there's just nobody there. Except for like the one biodome. That's pretty cool in Montreal. If you go there, you should visit it. Anyway, yeah, not a lot of people at this culture park. Not really, especially inside. You would walk down this giant spiral that was connected to a bunch of different exhibits and stuff. And there were very, very few people. Every now and then you would just see like a guy whose job it is to sit there at the desk and maybe answer questions if people have them. But yeah, it was, I don't know, a little ominous. Felt almost a little liminal walking around inside this massive culture park. But anyway, I see a few people walking around. And then, oh, I guess I didn't really take too many. No, sorry, I did take a couple of pictures while I was in the culture park. But then I realized, like, I don't really remember exactly which of the things you could and could not take pictures of. So I was like, oh wait, what if I accidentally took pictures of something I wasn't supposed to? Like, I wouldn't want to, you know, throw that up on stream, so... There was another one of like a car that they have inside, like a very old 1800s, I think, kind of car. That was pretty neat. Did take a picture of that. It didn't say that I couldn't. But better safe than sorry. The unclaimed Korean eggs. You got Sistine Chapel rules for a park? Well, yeah, they have like a bunch of art installations inside and stuff like that. They have a bunch of rules like that in a lot of places, actually. But especially more towards, well, we'll get to the DMZ in a minute. There's a very good reason for that. But also, there's a museum we went to in Japan that had rules like that as well, where some things you could take pictures of and some things you couldn't. And they made it very clear which things you could and could not take pictures of. Yeah, the DMZ, I mean, that would make sense. Hello, Saffron. Also, I noticed for some reason I'm getting like auto-translates. I'm not really too sure why, but now for some reason, if YouTube thinks that there's something in a different language to translate, then it'll try translating it. So for some reason it just says Quill from Saffron. Then I hover over it and it says Corbett, but spelled with a K. Thank you, YouTube. Very cool. Not sure how much I like that, to be honest. Yeah, I don't really know. We'll see. It's a little overzealous with its translations. Yeah, we had this little culture park thing. And then later on, we went up to this mall, so we can see like more of the culture park here, right? We went to this mall, stopped for a couple of things. It's actually, it's interesting. Because in this mall, I don't know if I'd call it like a tourist trap mall, but the way that the customer service is in this mall is sort of borderline between completely annoying and borderline harassment. And on the other hand, if you're looking for something, then it's like the best customer service you've ever experienced in your life. So it really is sort of a mixed bag. We'll get to that a little more in a second. Went to Tokyo for 3 years and liked it. I was immensely disappointed how muted and corporate the geek culture seems to have become. Went in expecting certain live events or the liveliness you'd see in thousands, tens anime, and instead Akihabara was just gambling dens and cafes. Wanted to find a cassette player and ended up having to give up. Really? Because I found pretty much everything in Akihabara when I was there. It was like everything. Like you could go, you had like retro electronic stores. You could buy like Game Boys, like old VHS players, cassette players, that kind of thing. There definitely weren't as many like live events, I guess, but there was one in Shinjuku, which is kind of where we stayed. There was actually, they had like a live street performance of an idol group. That was kind of cool. I think they did it sort of like as an advertising for like a new idol group. They just go out and do like live performances for free on the street, which I guess makes sense. You know, you gotta figure out an audience first before you have people who want to, you know, spend money and help you get to stadiums and stuff. But anyway, yeah, we found a lot of things in Akihabara, but we'll get to that at some point. And it keeps saying Akiba is dying. I guess I wouldn't really know, because I haven't been there before until literally this trip. So, I mean, it was interesting. I only ended up getting like one picture because I was like, I sort of had like tourist fatigue at that point. I was taking too many pictures, and so I figured like, I'm just gonna go and experience everything, and I'll remember it. I'll talk about it later. Definitely a lot of things to find. There were like so many people in Akihabara as well. Like both times that I went twice. Tons of people everywhere, tons of shops everywhere. Seemed very lively to me, but I guess I just like haven't been there before, I guess. Anyway. Can't believe the Japan trip made it out of the group chat. Me neither. Made it out of the group chat. Everyone had enough money to go on it. It was honestly surprising. But it gives me faith, because we might do the... Okay, maybe not 2027, but the group China trip might happen, maybe, in the next couple of years. With that visa-free travel to China. It may very well happen. But yeah, anyway, going back to like the customer service while we were in this mall. The thing was, it's like you get up to the second floor, and you have this guy he's selling a bunch of jewelry, right? And he knows just enough English to try and like, to sort of like rope you in. He's like, oh, come on, you know, lots of jewelry, very good price, high quality. You know, you'll look at something and he'll be like, oh, this ring, and he'll like have a little calculator and punch it in and be like, this ring, this much. You know, it'll cost this much. It really is one of those like special price just for you kind of situations, right? You go to this, basically like a market, and you'll have somebody try to sell you something, and they'll be like, oh, we have like the best price just for you, you know, you should buy it, please, that kind of thing. If they're upselling jewelry, it's probably worth nothing. Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to borderline harassment, unless you're looking for something. Because if you're looking for something, then they will do like everything in their power to make sure that you find exactly what you're looking for, and they will try to offer you what seems like a good price, right? And so that was kind of the situation. You know, I was looking at this jewelry. I was looking to pick up a little ring. I don't have that much jewelry. I just have one ring, pretty much. So I figure, okay, I'll pick up something else. I ended up getting this like a fidget ring where you can like spin the outer layer. It ended up being a really good purchase because I used that chronically, I guess, for the rest of the trip. Just spun it around on my right index finger pretty much 24/7. Became a little bit of a stim, not gonna lie. But anyway, yeah, I did end up buying it. I think it was, I don't know, I probably overpaid. It was like 30 bucks or something. But like, the thing is, when you're traveling, when you're abroad on a trip somewhere, money actually isn't real until you get home. So, you know, nothing actually costs money until you get back and you check your bank statement, and then you realize just how much you've spent. So I wasn't really paying that much attention. I was like, oh, this ring for like 35,000 Korean won? What is that, like 35 bucks or something? That's fine. That's cool. I think it's also a cultural thing depending on where you are, like a border town to Poland, it's expected for you to haggle the price. I think it is one of those things where they probably do expect you to haggle, but I don't know how to haggle in Korean. It's like, how do I, you know, this guy pulls out his calculator and he's like, you know, like 35,000 won or something, and I'm like, I guess I should have taken out my phone, taken out my own calculator and been like, this much, you know? Dropped it down a little more. I didn't really mind though, because it's like not that expensive, and the thing is, I was trying to get like a vibe on generally how expensive things are in Korea. So I'm like, you know, 30 bucks seems like kind of standard for buying like a somewhat decent quality ring. It definitely is a better quality than my first ring, so I was like, yeah, it's fine. I'll just pay 30 bucks. It's whatever. Yeah, I mean, haggling is easy. I do know that part, because that's how I negotiate like contracts for sponsorships and stuff, right? You know, from my end, you start a little bit higher, and then they'll offer lower, and then you'll offer somewhere in the middle, and then they'll either agree or they'll drop it like, you know, 3%, and you'll be like, all right, sure, whatever. So it's not that crazy. I just don't know if there's like a haggling culture in Korea. That's the other thing too. But anyway. Money being fake when traveling is so real. Like, I'm trying to get a good deal on coffee. My mom's like, oh boy, 7 euros. Yeah, it really kind of is. It's just like, nothing is real when you're on vacation. That's how it feels. Bought a Gucci bag for my mom for 1,200 euros. It only hit me once I got back to the hotel, but wasn't that much considering I paid double where I live in Tokyo. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that was the other thing actually, because we'll get to the other half of this trip in this mall. Was it wasn't just like jewelry. Like, I bought the ring and then I walked around a little bit. It was actually so I'm like a tall guy, right? I stand out walking around in Korea, like, because I'm like a full head taller than the crowd, generally speaking. So it was really funny walking around this second floor of this mall, and, you know, you'd have people trying to sort of pull you into the aisles to sell you something. And it was annoying, but it was funny. Because, you know, I would walk past and this guy would be like, hey you, sir, you know, I have your size, big size. And I'm like, thanks, man. I'm chill though. I'm good. I'm okay, but thank you. But it's really funny. I guess he knows that, like, there's nothing that people sell in Korea that, like, is my size. Like, the whole sizing system is just entirely smaller in Korea and Japan. Buying anything that would be my size is like kind of a hassle, right? But, you know, it was funny because like that guy tried to pull me into the aisle, and I'm like, no, I'm okay, thanks. I was just trying to find my friend on this second floor. I sort of just kept on walking. he tried to like call back to me later, right? Like I didn't even stop the first time. Like, listen, I'm just trying to walk around. Then he tries to like call me back later, and I'm like, no, I'm good, thank you, I'm chilling. Then I found my friend who was talking to this other person. You know, he was buying something from her, and then we walked around a little bit to another guy who basically did the same thing. He was basically like, you, big size, I have your size. Like, that's cool, man. But he was actually, he was a lot more forceful. Like, he basically just pushed us into the aisle, into the side shop, which I found awfully presumptuous. Literally just walking along, and he complimented my friend on his Blue Jays hat, I think. He was like, oh, Blue Jays baseball, right? You know, that whole thing. I think he named like a player that's on the Toronto Blue Jays. And so he kind of like literally physically pushed us into the aisle, which I was like, okay, I guess we're doing this. And you know, he was like, oh, you know, I have nice jackets, and he brought a bunch of stuff, and he's like, yo, you should try it on. And I'm like, you know, I guess. I was already looking for a jacket. This is what I mean when I say it's kind of like harassment if you're not looking for something, but if you are, it is good customer service, because they will bring a bunch of jackets for you to try on, and they will help you. It's like, oh, you know, do you like this one? They'll set it aside. They'll like tell you the price and all this stuff, and they'll try to bring you more stuff, and then like, oh, is this nice, too big, too small? You know, they'll help you out a lot. But I did end up actually buying a jacket from that place, which was not very expensive compared to, like, you could tell it's like a nice jacket, right? Really nice fabric, nice quality. It's like a little, I guess like a little stretch to it, but not too much. Like, it holds shape well. That kind of thing. I was very happy to buy it because it was like, I don't know, 90,000 won or something, which is I think around 80 bucks. When if I tried to buy that jacket back home, it would easily be like 250. So I was actually kind of surprised. I'm like, oh man, that's actually a really good price. Like, that's a shockingly good price for how well made this jacket is. It was like a made in Korea, very nice fabric kind of jacket. So I was happy buying it, but if I weren't looking for something and he pushed me into that aisle, I don't know what I would have done, but I would have been pretty upset, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm just trying to walk around with my friends, just like, sort of window shop, just look at things as we're passing by, and you're just trying to like physically push me into this aisle? Like, come on. Anyway. This is why I gotta come to Germany. Never before have I found clothes that just fit me right off the rack. I mean, for me, I can kind of do that back home. Like, I can find clothes that fit me off the rack. It's not that crazy. It's just like going to Japan and Korea, because I think the average sizes are just smaller. But anyway, yeah, that was an experience. You know, basically being sold something very aggressively. But he was a cool guy. Back to the B&B. Got this beautiful shot at night of the whole city from the B&B. I feel like you can kind of tell just how high up we have to climb, because you can't even really see the street that well. I don't know if you can see the street at all. But yeah, you have all these towers in the background, right? And they go down to the ground level. And then from where we're standing, we're on like, I don't know, floor 20 something. Which is, you know, pretty much what we had to climb to get back to the B&B, so that was fantastic. Yeah, 30,000 steps, literally. They all go down to the ground, not a single one's hovering. What I mean is that there are hills on the outskirts of Seoul, so I believe these ones go to the typical ground level and are not built on a hill. That's what I mean. Because there are some of these buildings that are built literally on a slope. Like, you have to mountaineer your way up like 100 meters, and then you'll just have like a building built vertically on the side of this hill. It's kind of weird. But they had a lot of those. That was literally day one. we are almost an hour into the stream, but that was day one. I gotta speed it up, to be honest. Next day, we went out for Korean barbecue in the evening. Actually, that might have been day two. Sorry, that was day two. At day two, we went out for Korean barbecue. It's pretty cool, except that, like, the server was... I don't know if I'd say, like, a little bit rude, maybe, but... just, like, wasn't super, like, customer service vibes. Like, he didn't say anything. If he wanted something that was on the table, he would just sort of, like, point at it, and I'd be like, oh, like this? Do you want me to hand you this? I would, like, lift it up, and if I wasn't fast enough, he would just, like, snatch it off the table, and it was like, okay, man, that's cool, I guess. But anyway, food was good. It's expensive, though. I don't know if that's because of, like, the vibe or what, but more expensive than I would have imagined. Food was, like, generally pretty cheap in South Korea going out to eat, except that this was, like, 40 bucks a person. And like, just this for some reason. Good day, fellow adventurer. Hello, Neek. First time chat. I hope you don't expect more of these. Won't be a lot more travel streams for a while. Was there any food you might call weird by Western standards? I mean, maybe? Like, if you wanted to, you could get, like... you could get, like, beef tongue. You could get, like, chicken neck. And those things are... very rare and considered a little unusual. At least where I live. Like, you could also... you could get, like, chicken feet as well. Like, you could buy pretty much any part of a chicken except for the head to eat. To, like, fry and eat. Or, like, cook it up. So it's kind of... yeah, it's kind of interesting. Beef tongue is eaten in France? Well, there you go. But yeah, other than that, like, I don't really think so. I guess it depends on what you consider to be, like, Western standards, and where, and when. Strong currency moment? Yeah, for the most part. Well, it's even crazier in Japan when we get there. Like, food was super cheap in Japan. Like, the first day I got back, I missed being able to wake up and walk down the street to a Lawson and pick up a decent breakfast for like $4. Man, I miss that so much. My experience with Korean food is that it looks normal, but what you expect cold is hot, or vice versa. What you expect salty is sweet. That's true, actually. A lot of food in Korea is unexpectedly sweet. Not to the point where you get, like, sweetness fatigue, but it is very unexpected. Like, I figured a lot of the food would be saltier than what I experienced. It was still really good, it's just like a lot of things are pretty sweet. Beef tongue is so yummy, traditional Jewish sandwich meat. There you go. Turns out literally everybody except me eats beef tongue. Crazy how that works. I actually didn't have any while I was, actually, maybe I did. I don't think so, I don't remember. Maybe in something there was like a little bit, but... I do remember seeing it on the menu and being like, huh, interesting. Anyway, this is really nice. You got like grilled mushrooms and grilled peppers and stuff. These peppers actually weren't as spicy as I expected them to be, even though I think they were jalapenos. I thought they would be a lot spicier, but they're not really that bad. Not really too much spicy food in Korea either. Like, there's some spicy food, but nothing's like outside of the usual expectations for me. Anyway, another nice shot. We tried going up a different way, so instead of climbing 308 stairs, we decided to cut down the number of stairs by going up a different path, by taking the subway a little further. And instead we had to climb up this massive slope. That wasn't any better than climbing the stairs, so we went back to using the stairs after that, but we got another little cityscape picture. It's pretty cool. And then we actually went to the DMZ, so... this one's a little interesting. To get to the DMZ, we went on this whole tour guide, right? That's pretty much the only way you're gonna get in there. Well, you get on this tour bus, they're gonna bring you out to the Seoul part of the DMZ, it's interesting. We have this tour guide. She was actually really chill. Later, we talked to her a little bit because it turns out that she had lived in Toronto for a couple of years and then she lived in Montreal for a bit. So, you know, she spoke like perfect English. We got to talk to her a little bit. It was kind of cool. But anyway, she was also like an amazing tour guide, went, you know, above and beyond. But when you get to the DMZ, when you're on this tour bus, you have to pass the military checkpoint. So you have to take out your passport, and then you have this soldier that's going to come on the bus, and he's going to check everybody's passports and all the information that you wrote down. You have to like fill out a form, kind of. You have to write down like your name, your date of birth, your nationality, all this stuff. And then when they're going to come on the bus and they're going to check your passport and like, you know, cross-reference the information you gave them. But anyway, it's nothing crazy. You just have to do the little checkpoint thing and then you get to go through. We did end up going to a couple different places. So this first area is, I don't remember what it's actually called, but it's next to, I think, the Unification Bridge. We have this monument here. I don't know what this says. I actually don't think this is Korean either. I think it's in... it might be like older Chinese, maybe? There are a lot of like older structures in Korea that have like very old Chinese on them. I think this might be one that's like in that style. But anyway, we got this little monument. We have this monument as well. This is about like a radio broadcast that, like, you know, well after the Korean War, there were a bunch of displaced families that were separated and stuff. So there was this broadcast that was run for a couple of years, and they reunited like 30,000 families or something, which is pretty cool. So we have this monument to that. And then, let's see. We have this little shrine that they built here as well. They have another little thing here, which I don't remember what this one is for, but it's cool. They have a bunch of these little things around here. Another like little war monument thing. Free aura farming, pretty much. A circle of like South Korean and American flags. It's interesting actually when you go to this sort of like war monument section, because they kind of mention everybody else that was in the Korean War, but it feels like they only mention everyone else who participated because they feel obligated to. Like, everything else is basically just the United States and South Korea, and I guess some other guys were there too. That was sort of the vibe that you got. They didn't really mention anybody else who was in the Korean War. Not really. Like, you could buy a hat which would have the flags of the coalition that went in to fight the Korean War. And that was like the only mention you would see of any other country, which was interesting, I guess. Not really much of a nod to any of the other participants, but that's cool. That's neat. Yeah, turkey moment. And then yeah, we did get to take a few photos. So every now and then when you're on this tour, they'll be like, hey, by the way, no photos. By the way, if you're on this, if you're trying to take a photo, do not take the photo for this upcoming section. You are not allowed to take photos. So they'd make it very clear when you are and are not allowed to take photos. But yeah, this is one, just, I don't even remember. It's just like this big river. In the moment, I was like, oh, this is cool. This is, you know, in the DMZ. But now that I think about it, it doesn't look like much, so. Got a couple more photos like this. And then this is actually like the one checkpoint that you are allowed to take photos of. Right, this is the one where they drive up to it and they stop and they say like, on your left is this. You may take photos of this one, but only this one. You know, don't take photos of the other military checkpoints. You're only allowed to take photos of this one, so. There you go. And I did actually take like a couple more photos, but there were a lot of places, like the photos I took weren't very interesting. They're kind of more of like this, you know, this kind of thing. But there were a lot of places that you couldn't take photos of. So we ended up going to what was basically this area, like the actual monument. Had a bunch of stuff, bunch of statues, bunch of cool things. And then after that, we ended up going to the lookout tower, the observatory. And at the observatory, you couldn't take any pictures. Not a single picture at all. It was completely forbidden. Except that there was this one old guy on the tour. This one old dude that for some reason just could not get it into his head that the photos were forbidden. And he had to be told multiple times. He was just walking around with this big old camera, taking pictures left and right. I swear he probably got a picture of a sign that said no pictures. Because he was walking around taking pictures of everything. He actually had to be like singled out and taken aside and be like, hey man, listen. She didn't want to get fired because, you know, if we were found out that people were taking pictures on her tour, then, you know, that looks pretty bad. So, yeah, it was this old stubborn guy. He just kept on just so many, every opportunity he got, he was just taking pictures. But anyway, let's see. Oh, the third place that we went to in the DMZ was interesting because it was actually the tunnel, or one of the tunnels. See, North Korea had been digging a bunch of tunnels to Seoul. They actually did it a couple of times. So I think this was like the third or the fourth tunnel. And we actually got to go into the tunnel and take a look. Which was, it was an experience because it really was just walking down this very steep slope, like 70 meters of like elevation downwards, down into this tunnel. And there wasn't, you know, there wasn't much to see. You couldn't take pictures of that either, so it is what it is. But if you wanted to, like, they gave you a hard hat, and if you wanted to, you could walk all the way to where they found the, I think this is where they found the North Korean tunnel, maybe? But let me think about this. Because, like, they ended up finding the tunnel. But I don't remember the exact layout. Like, you could walk into the North Korean tunnel itself. And you could walk for, I think it was like 300 meters or something down this tunnel. The entire time I had to, you know, bend over and hold on to my hard hat. I think I hit my head like 12 times getting there and back. It wasn't just packed earth, like you could just walk around the tunnel, go to the end. It was like a little camera pointed at you when you got to the end, so you could be like, wow, that's cool, I can see myself, but you can't take pictures, so that was something. And then, anyway, then we walked back. It was certainly an experience, very tiring to get up that ramp as well. Because getting to the observatory, there was also a big ramp that you had to climb. Surprising amount of walking and slope climbing for a tour, but anyway. It was kind of cool. It was one of those, like, I'm glad I did it. I got a little souvenir, actually. I actually purchased some North Korean money from the souvenir shop. I should have taken a picture of that, actually. But yeah, I have like a 5,000 Korean won bill. 5,000 North Korean, I don't know if they call it won, actually. It was also 20 bucks. Which was something. POV, your tunnel to the other side of the border just met another tunnel to your side of the border. Well, okay, so they sort of knew this was the third tunnel that North Korea was digging towards Seoul, right? So by this point, they kind of knew what was going on. So what they did was they got these water pipes and they stuck them into the ground super deep. And then they waited to see which ones would get hit. So eventually, one of them was hit by the North Koreans that were digging to Seoul. And then when that one was hit, they're like, all right, I guess we're going to start digging. So that's when they started digging the tunnel that ended up becoming like a tourist attraction that got down to the actual North Korean tunnel. Apparently there was a fourth tunnel as well. And there are probably fifth and sixth tunnels. There are probably more tunnels as we speak. The thing is, well, sorry, somewhat unrelated, but still related to the DMZ. There was actually a fourth section of the tour or there used to be, a fourth section of the tour, until apparently it was in like 2022 or something, this American guy was on a DMZ tour. And he took the opportunity to bolt into North Korea at there was like this, you know, the crossing, or the like little area between North and South Korea where Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump shook hands in like 20-something, 2018 maybe, I don't know. Well, that crossing was also like a tourist site. You could go there on a tour. And it was actually part of my tour until this one American soldier decided he was gonna book a tour and then use that to flee into North Korea because he got in trouble with the American military or something, I don't know. So now because of that guy, now we can't have nice things. So now nobody's allowed to go there anymore. Thank you very much to whatever his name was. So that's cool. That's neat. Did you go down one of them? Yeah, it was an experience. I hit my head a whole lot. You know what, go off, Queen, run away, I guess. The thing is, I think he got extradited, like they sent him back. They eventually sent him back to the United States after like a few years or something. And now no one's allowed to go there anymore, so... Thanks, John, or whatever his name was. That was cool. Anyway, I took a little picture of this thing because they have like the little... Oh shoot, it's actually cut off on my thing. Hold on. I can fix that. Where is that? Let's do filters, and let's get rid of that for a second. Okay, I'm a little bit in the way. I can't really move it that much. But yeah, we have that thing. Little turtle ship. I thought that was neat. So I took a picture of it. Anyway. Okay, what do we have next? Oh yeah, we went to the palaces. The palaces are enormous, by the way. Like, this isn't even like one major section of the courtyard. Like, it's like a bit of a walkway. I did have another picture, but like I had a bunch of people in it and I kind of felt like a little bad keeping it in. But then I was inconsistent with that rule. So we have more pictures so that have a bunch of people in them. But yeah, this is, I don't think this is actually the Gyeongbok Palace, or the... I don't think this is the EU4 monument one. There are like 5 palaces in Seoul, and one of them is the EU4 monument, which is what I took a picture of and made a community post about. This is one of the palaces, the first one we went to. Inside it's pretty cool. They also have like a bunch of detailed paintings, which I figure took a very, very long time to make. And then inside you have like the throne room. This is pretty fire. Imagine you're just chilling, sitting up here being like the king of Korea. This is huge aura farming. Oh, they also went ahead and added lights to it. I didn't notice. Yeah, they have a bunch of like electrical ceiling lights, which I don't think they had 200 years ago. Yeah, it's really cool. It's actually shocking, just like the sheer size, the number of rooms. Like, each palace was enormous. Like, this isn't even the same, like, throne area, by the way. Like, this is a second throne area within the same palace. And I think there was a sign somewhere that said, like, the painting in the background isn't complete until the king sits on his throne. Which is like, okay, go off, I guess. I mean, I can kind of see it. They do have this little empty spot in the middle, where I guess the king is supposed to sit, like, right here. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I took a lot of pictures of the palaces. And I know it sounds stupid, but walking around the palaces made me feel like I was like a Western diplomat in the 19th century, making his journey to the Hermit Kingdom for the first time. and then pulling up to like this massive palace and being like, damn, that's crazy. My favorite thing to do when touring a historical site is pointing to a forklift or outlet and being like, that's actually an original. In the gardens, they had a bunch of like modern washrooms around, so kind of had that feeling as well. Or it's like over here, you're like, you have like a little fire extinguisher. It's actually a fire extinguisher from the Joseon Dynasty. But anyway, these are crazy. All of like the intricate paintings. It's pretty cool. I have a lot more of these, by the way, so we're gonna like rapid fire them. Boom, another one. I think this was like a guest house or something. It's also interesting how open all of these are. Like all of the rooms and all of the concepts are very open. You never find like a room that's tucked away inside of a building. It's always like a room has access to the outdoors. Like a room has access to the outdoors in every other room. But anyway, we have like the, there are also cherry blossoms in Korea as well. So, we actually went during, I think, peak cherry blossom season. Hold that thought for a second. Didn't Korea have an emperor, not a king? I actually don't know. I think in a sense, Korea had a king until a very brief period of time where there was the Korean Empire. But that was more so like by name, and I think that existed briefly in like the 1870s or something. So, I don't actually know. But yeah, we went during peak cherry blossom season. And the thing that's cool about that is like, when we're in South Korea, we're there during the peak season there, and then as we travel up through Japan, we're there during the peak season at like each individual place as well. Because like, cherry blossom season isn't the same everywhere throughout both South Korea and Japan, like it's kind of different. And so from the bottom all the way up to the top, each time, like each place we went to was pretty much like the best time to be there. It was also super busy and very, you know, packed full of tourists, which I think is part of the reason why, is because like we went during the peak tourist season. It's not too hot, not too cold, not raining very much. Perfect cherry blossom pictures and stuff like that. I have a lot of better pictures than this, but it was pretty cool to see him chilling around in South Korea as well. Crazy guerrilla marketing for the next Vic 3 DLC. Real. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to play Japan and or Korea for the next Vic 3 DLC. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of, the stars have aligned. I booked my trip like 3 months ago, and then the Vic 3 DLC is Japan. I mean, can the stars align any better than that? Just googled it, you're correct. Korea had 2 emperors, 1887 to 1910. There you go. But yeah, cherry blossoms. More cherry blossoms. I have even better pictures than this. More cherry blossom. Yeah, these are like kind of far up, so yeah. The quality kind of suffered at that point. I was kind of zoomed in. Let's see, more cherry blossoms. Little pagoda thing. This actually is interesting because like I look at these patterns and to me they feel very Greek. So it's kind of interesting to see them in Korea. I mean, it's not a super complicated pattern, but to me it feels very Greek. But anyway, oh right, they're also like white cherry blossoms, which at first I thought like, oh, maybe they turn white and then they turn pink after. But no, like they're white ones as well. Another little side building thing here. We walked around actually to the next one, so you can see here there's like a, you know, access restricted for your safety, please use stairs. Okay, this is like getting to the next palace, because you could walk around to the next one. Might be magnolias. Maybe if I have to look, if I can check, see what a magnolia looks like. They might have been. Possibly. But magnolias, the bloom, like the blossoms look a little different, you know? Anyway. More palace stuff. This is the second palace at this point. They have a nice little, like, pond, lake thing here with an island in the middle. It's kind of neat. They have this greenhouse, which I don't think was part of the original structure. I think they built this much later. I think this was added like the late 1800s or something. Like the palace greenhouse. Another palace. This is actually the second one that we went to. I saw a lot of people also wearing like these kinds of garbs. Not to like focus on these people too much, these poor random people. But you know, this really cool traditional garb for both this man and this woman. Actually, a lot of people were wearing these around. I don't think I have too many pictures though, because I was trying to avoid taking pictures of a bunch of people. But yeah, you can see, took 2 pictures of here. And then this is actually the changing of the guard ceremony to get to, I think, like the 3rd palace we went to. Barely caught the tail end of it, actually. So the new guard had actually already been swapped out, and the old guard is leaving, and then they let you in. So it was kind of cool. Magnolias have like slightly pinkish on the stem flowers. The rest is white. I definitely saw some magnolias then, I think. Just got here, could you start over? Paradox makes very complicated games. Once you get into them, they're not that complicated. Even very easy difficulty is very difficult. It just has a high skill ceiling. Or floor, sorry. Well, both. High skill floor. That's what YouTubers are for. That's actually my entire job, is playing a game that's hard to understand, because then people have to like watch videos to understand how to play the games. So if Paradox games were easy, I'd be out of a job. Anyway. Another big palace here. Tons of people. This isn't even the palace, actually. This is just like the gate to get into the palace area. I think this is actually it's called the Gyeongbok Palace, maybe? This is like the big one, I think, that I posted in my community tab. Much larger than I expected as well. But yeah, you can see people walking around in a bunch of like these kinds of, I don't know, garb outfits. It's pretty cool. I could have done that, but I don't know, I felt like it was too touristy. It's like going to Japan and getting like a kimono and walking around, and it's like, when I think about the idea of doing that, you know that picture of that, hold on. The white guy with the neck beard and the kimono? Hold on. That famous picture, that classic one? Oh, he actually doesn't have a neck beard. My apologies. He has like a goatee. Ken-sama? Maybe. Yes. It actually, okay, yes, it literally is that guy. Yeah, so the famous picture of him wearing the kimono, he actually doesn't have a neckbeard in that picture. But yeah, every time that I think like, oh, maybe I'll rent like some traditional garb and walk around. Or maybe oh, you know, wouldn't it be cool to rent a kimono for like 3 hours? I'm like, that image just flashbangs into my mind, and I'm like, I can't be that guy. I can't do it. I just can't. I can't be caught walking around as that foreigner, you know what I mean? Even for me, it's too weeb maxing. It makes me reflect on my life too much, so I decided not to. Anyway. We got the palace. It's pretty neat. You can look inside. They have this... Like, this is crazy, actually. The gold dragons they have at the top here, this is insane. This is like painting the Sistine Chapel. Like, the metal smithing, I guess. The metalworking that went into crafting these dragons. Like, this is crazy. This whole thing is crazy. Like, the whole thing being painted as well. Very ornate, very cool. I did find it interesting that, like... So you had, like, the throne. Actually, did I take a picture of it? I did not, like an idiot, anyway. So you have, like, this throne in the center, right? But I found it interesting that there are stairs up the side, and there are also entrances on either side. It feels very, open for a courtroom. I guess very few, very trusted people will be allowed even close to this room to begin with, so... I guess it makes sense in that way, but I was like, man, this seems like... If I were the king in Korea sitting here up on this throne, I would be like a little anxious because this is like a little too open for me, but... Anyway. You're gonna have like ornate sound pads like that in your office? I don't think I can afford sound pads that are any more complicated than literally just like the foam triangles. The foam pyramids. There are really cool like sound pads you can buy. There's some like really heavy ones too that are basically just like a somewhat dense like brick of noise blocking material, but they're super expensive, so I just have like the really cheap ones that are padding my office. But yeah, this is really cool. The whole place, I mean, you would think like, oh, this is the main building, this must be like the main area, right? But like, it sort of is, but sort of isn't. There's so much going on in this one palace, this one courtyard, that this is like maybe 10% of the courtyard is where this palace is. And it's a huge thing as well. But yeah, they have this little side area. I don't know what you would call this. Not quite a pagoda, it's too big maybe, but huge, I don't know. Meeting area, feast hall, I'm not too sure. Yeah, that's pretty cool. More walls. What's interesting is that like everything here is painted as well. Like even just these side areas, side walls also have like paintings on the individual pieces of wood here. Which is kind of crazy. And then this actually, I think was a recent addition because this is a museum which has this on top. And you actually weren't allowed to go up to this thing on top. But I took a picture of it and it's actually my phone wallpaper now, so. It is pretty cool. I wish I could have gotten up to go and see it, but it is what it is. At this point I was actually exhausted and I had felt like I was stepping on Legos every step for the past 4 days. So by this point I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit down and chill. So I sat inside of the museum, I didn't really walk around it. But I'm trying to remember, was that actually... So far this has been day 4 actually. So we spent 4 full days in Korea. So day 3 was the DMZ, day 4 was, we went to this place, to like 2 or 3 of these different palaces. We actually went on Wednesday and it was free, so good for us. We managed to pick the exact day to go to these palaces because it was free on Wednesdays. Membership card holders get the photo for their phone wallpaper. True, not a bad idea. $5 and you too can have your phone wallpaper match the exact same one that your favorite VTuber has. That's a perfect marketing strategy, I think. Hi, John Burr. Went to Korea and Japan. What a coincidence. You served in the DMZ decades ago. That's crazy. I imagine it hasn't changed very much since you served the DMZ. Except that the tours are no longer allowed to go to the crossing, the meeting place. That changed a couple of years ago. It's also free all week if you go on Hanbok. Really? Wait, is that why there were so many people walking around in the outfits? They're called Hanbok? Because it was a lot of people walking around in them. And I thought, like, okay, I guess it's not that crazy to go to these palaces and people want to, you know, put on the cool outfits and stuff. But it did feel like a lot. Like a disproportionate number of people from what I expected. Like when I went to Osaka Castle, I didn't see anybody walking around in kimonos. So it did feel a little out of place in hindsight. But no, that makes sense, I guess. That's cool. North and South Korean guards should do choreography at the DMZ, much like Pakistani and Indian guards do at the border. I've seen that video, it is pretty silly. There's a major change. Oh, the US pulled out along with all the high-tech night combat gears. Oh. Started watching this miniseries called Noctu Flower. Free on Amazon if you have Prime, about the late Joseon dynasty. It's directly related to both Korea and Japan. Huh. Oh yeah, that actually that reminds me. When we were on the tour, the tour guide was very funny. Very funny lady, because she was throwing so much shade at Japan like the entire time. Like she started off, we were, you know, driving out to the DMZ, and she had like a little quiz going on, sort of going over the history as we were getting there. Which I guess makes sense, not everybody knows about the history of the Korean War and why there even is a North Korea and a South Korea. So, you know, as we were doing the whole quiz on the way to the site, she was like, can anybody guess, can anybody tell me how many times Korea was invaded by Japan over the entire history of Korea? And it was and she was doing that so many times. She's like, oh, you know, the palaces, you probably might have seen them in Seoul, you know, a lot of the things they had there, but they were actually destroyed during Japanese occupation. And like the whole tour was like that. It was pretty funny. It was actually funnier because we were gonna go to Japan after Korea as well. But anyway, I think she said that the answer was like 700 times. Which, I don't know if that's actually true. I guess it really depends on what you consider to be an invasion. Because, like, personally, when I think of major invasions of Korea by Japan, I can think of, like, 3. But she said it was, like, 700 times. It must be, like, skirmishes and, like, a bunch of other things like that. But anyway. Or, like, really, really old skirmishes between people living in Japan and living in Korea, but it's, like, you know, 1300 BC rather, or something. Yeah, it's gotta be like piracy and stuff. Like, you have to count like everything, you know? But anyway. You gotta count like every single possible conflict between the two countries to think of it like that. Did you end up going to any rural spots in Korea? Not really. So we were only in Korea for like 4 days. So we're basically wrapping up the 4th day here. So we sort of compacted all of the Korea stuff into those 4 days. So we just did like touristy things the entire time. The most rural it got was when we got to the DMZ, actually. We passed by, there's like one village in the DMZ, which, it probably sucks to live there if I'm being real. Like, each side is allowed one village within the actual zone itself. So, you know, you pass by it on the South Korean side. I'm gonna be honest, it's super depressing to look at. Which makes sense, because it kind of does suck to live there. The only benefits are that you're exempt from taxes and military service. Because, you know, they have conscription in South Korea, right? So those are the only benefits of living in that village, but otherwise, like, it just kind of sucks to live there. And the village has been getting smaller over time, but yeah, that was, like, the most rural we ever got to in South Korea. I would like to note that the tour guide also made jokes about how many times China invaded Korea. So she said it was like, oh, 700 times from Japan, but she said it was like 900 times from China. I actually don't know how many times China invaded Korea, or what they were even doing, for the most part. Like, I feel like Korea had a pretty stable relationship with, you know, whoever was in charge with China for like a large part of its history. But I don't know. Anyway, where were we? Right, the last day. So we went to the palaces, and then we went to Seoul Tower. And once you got up to Seoul Tower, you had to take this bus. The bus was very uncomfortable, I will say. It was jam-packed, which I'm no stranger to, but it was also so hot in the bus, it was crazy. It was insanely hot in the bus. And also going up the hills in South Korea, and also getting stuck in traffic on the bus, which is weird, because, like, most places I know that have buses also have, like, dedicated bus lanes. So the buses don't get stuck in traffic, like, that's part of the point of the bus. But anyway, it was a whole thing. Like, I felt like I was gonna die on that bus, going up and down the hills and left and right, and very mountainous, especially to get up to the Seoul Tower. But, you know, once you get up here, it's a nice view of the whole city, and then you actually get to go up the tower. So I took 2 pictures. We have, like, in this direction, if you go for 8,000 kilometers, you'll reach Vancouver. I thought that was pretty neat, so of course I took a picture. And then I think I also did the same thing with the Toronto one. But yeah, other than that, it's kind of what you expect for a super touristy thing to do. It's like 25 bucks per person to go up the tower. It was just kind of mid. It was alright. Pretty much exactly what you expect from going up to a big tower in a major city. It's kind of like going up the CN Tower, except the CN Tower is like 3 times the height. So, like, the Seoul Tower is on a hill. So the tower itself actually isn't even that big. You're in the elevator for like maybe 30 seconds, and then it's like, there you go. You're at the top now. It's not even a very big tower. It doesn't have to be because it's on the hill, but it's just like, huh, okay, that's cool, I guess. So, took a few other pictures as well. The cityscape. What was interesting is, like, the sheer scale of the city becomes apparent as you get up to the top of the tower. It is enormous. It is just urban cityscape as far as the eye can see. And then I'm pretty sure actually we got to see kind of where our Airbnb was. I'm pretty sure it's on like this hill over here or something. Or like this hill, I don't remember. But it's one of these hills in the middle of the city. Oh, you know what actually? My Airbnb was right here. Because this here is Naksan Park. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty confident about this. And the reason I am is because it's like a giant fort, actually, more so than a park. So this thing you see here might be hard to make out, but this is a wall. It's a stone wall from the fort that was up here. And so, yeah, this was probably our Airbnb, like, right here. So, yeah, pretty big climb up this hill just to get there. That was fun. That was neat. Yeah, more pictures. And more pictures. I think these are from different angles of the city, though. So we have, like, this one angle, and then a little over to the left, another one, and then the opposite side, we have this one. It is a really big city. Another angle as well. Right, and then on the way down, I took pictures of people writing Italian brain rot on the sides. On the sides of these little pillars. The amount of people who went to Hikosan Park just because there's a famous scene there in K-pop Demon Hunters. Oh, that's another thing. So we picked the spot for entirely unrelated reasons. It was just like a cheap Airbnb spot that seemed somewhat close to the palaces we wanted to go to. And then later on, I don't remember who we were talking to. It might actually have been the tour guide who asked us like where we're staying in Seoul, and we're like, oh, it's near Hikosan Park. And she's like, oh, did you know it's like a famous, it's like a pilgrimage spot for fans of the K-pop Demon Hunters movie? And we had no idea. But yeah, crazy coincidence, I guess. It's like old cave paintings. This is real culture. Anyway, we went, after that, we had to wake up super early. I'll tell you what, the taxi drivers in South Korea are out of their minds, but kind of in a good way. Like, if you take a taxi in South Korea or in Seoul and you need to get to the airport, they will get you to that airport by any means necessary, as fast as humanly possible. Not even as fast as legally possible. Like, I don't even think they care about the law at that point. My taxi driver was going, I think, an average of like 140 on the highway. And, you know, on the way there, on the way to my Airbnb, I didn't think much of it, right? I'm like, oh, it's pretty fast, but, you know, maybe not that crazy. I don't know what the speed limits are like in South Korea. But eventually we passed a sign that said 100 on the highway, and I'm like, oh, we're going. We're going like 40, 50 kilometers over the speed limit. Just ripping down the highway, weaving between cars, like we were getting to our destination. Like, it was... Sorry, every time I laugh, I still wheeze a little bit because of my sickness, but... It was actually insane. Like, they got you to where you were going. Very stark difference compared to the taxis we took in Japan. The taxis we took in Japan felt a lot more, I would say, professional, I guess. Like, nearly every taxi we took felt like it was a taxi service. You would have the guy... We were ordering on Uber, by the way, just to clarify. We're basically ordering Uber taxis. That's sort of how it works in South Korea, and I think more so in Japan. You order on Uber, and they're basically a shell for a taxi service. They're not like, it's not like Uber in North America. So you order one there, and then they'll like basically call a taxi over to you, like an actual taxi company taxi. But anyway, the ones in Japan, you have this guy who's like in this nice suit with white gloves and a hat on, and it's like, oh, I feel like I'm someone important in the Japanese taxis. But yeah, I mean, they were going a normal speed, the Japanese taxi drivers. They didn't brake until the last second though, which was a little nerve-wracking, but you know, they had it under control. Anyway, yeah, the South Korean taxi drivers, I think they only slowed down for the speed camera checkpoints. And they basically only had those at like the toll bridges, or the toll roads. So most of the time, we're just ripping down the street. But anyway, this is on the flight to Fukuoka. It's been almost 2 hours, and if you can believe it, we still have 11 days of this trip to go, so I'm going to try to be faster. But yeah, we landed. Welcome to Fukuoka. Isn't that cool? That's pretty neat. Immediately, we went to this mall. I had to go ahead and buy some, insoles for my shoes because my feet were on fire at this point. And the next day we had a huge hike scheduled. And I felt like I could, you know, chop my feet off and it would be less pain than I was enduring at that moment. So we went to this place, you know, it was a really nice mall. Way cooler than any mall I've seen in Canada, where they have like a nice outdoor concept, bunch of greenery over here, this big spire and like a water show. So they would have like a song that plays and the water would like shoot up to the beat, and it was kind of cool. That was neat. And we also went into, there was like a Shonen Jump store that had a bunch of merch you could buy. I don't think it was specifically Shonen Jump, but it had a bunch of Shonen Jump stuff. I think I actually got a little JoJo's keychain that my friend bought for me because the line was super long. And I actually forgot to ask for that back at the end of the trip. I just remembered, actually. But yeah, it was kind of cool. I went and grabbed my insoles. They were like 30 bucks, but anyway. Japan was neat because I have a friend who was with us who could actually speak Japanese, worked there for like 8 months. Lived there in total for like a year and a half, 2 years, I think. So we had somebody who could actually navigate. I didn't have to rely on very broken, poorly translated Korean. So that was nice. I'm trying to think, actually, did we do anything else in Korea before we left? I mean, I got fried chicken in Korea. That was cool. That was something that I absolutely had to try. Because Korean fried chicken is just built different. I don't know. It was really nice. They also have a really nice brand of beer. Well, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Here we go. I think it's called a Cass or something. This beer was really, really good. Would recommend if you go to Korea. Anyway. What kind of sauce with your chicken? I think I actually ended up getting... It was sort of like a mix at the table. So I got like a... I think it was like salt and pepper for one of them. It's just like the way that they fry them is... I don't know. It's different. I think they use like a different oil for frying than we do. But, it was that, and then I think the other one that I got was... Gosh, I don't even remember what the sauce was. It was really good. I don't think it was a kind that you would normally find in, at least in Canada, at least where I live. It was a pretty, I think it was a pretty specific, pretty unique sauce. I don't remember what it was. A little off topic, how are you enjoying the new EU5 update? Well, I haven't, because I've been away for the most part. I mean, it's good. I'll get back into it soon enough. Probably better to ask that question in a couple days when I continue that Kiev campaign that I started and then did not play for a month. Let's see. Oh, did you buy any Dungeon Meshi stuff? I didn't, but mostly because I couldn't really find too much. I think there was one point that I saw one figure for... Oh my god, what's her name? For Marcille. There was one figure that I found for Marcille, and I think that was it. Unfortunately. I also didn't find anything for 86, which is a show that maybe I'm the only person who cares about. But... I mean, it would have been nice. Went to a couple places that had, like, a bunch of mecha things. You know, like Gundam, stuff like that. And I assumed I would maybe be able to find something, because 86 is, like, kind of mecha, with the spider tanks and stuff. But I couldn't even find... like, a Lena figure, which is weird, because Vladilena is the only character they make figures for to begin with, and I do have one of them. But I thought they also made some for, like, the, what were they called? I don't remember the name of the spider tanks. The Juggernauts, that's what they're called. They didn't have a single model. which is unfortunate. Anyway, I got a little JoJo's keychain here, got my insoles, and then walked around a little bit to a little shrine nearby. Bunch of cool stuff in here. I actually tried recognizing, I'm like, ooh, who are these clans? Like, isn't this one Oda? And then this one is... oh my god. Fujiwara, maybe? I don't know. I figured, like, oh, I'll be able to recognize some of these. And then I wasn't able to, so... that was unfortunate. Yeah, a little shrine that we had here in Fukuoka. Got a couple pictures. Oh, this is pretty neat. So you walk through like the torii gates, and then at the end they have like a little shrine building where you sort of toss a coin in. What's the order of things? I think it's like you toss a coin in, do like 2 claps, and then ring the bell or something as you do a little prayer. So, you know, when in Rome, that was interesting. You just sort of like walk through these gates. I think you're supposed to wait until everyone's clear from this area before you walk through, maybe. But anyway, it was kind of neat. And then I got some actually decent photos of, I think these are cherry blossoms. I think this was the picture that made me think, oh, they're white and then they turn pink, right? Which is maybe the case, but I'm pretty sure these are sakura blooms. I'm just not too sure why they are part pink and part white. Maybe that's just how some of them are. I don't know. I'm gonna finish my Japan trip in Fukuoka before my flight to Taipei, so I gotta lock in to know what there is there to do. Well, we'll get to that. I assume on the way to Osaka you stopped in Hiroshima? Yes, we did. We stayed for like a couple of hours. We actually rode the Shinkansen twice in a single day, which was super expensive. We should have gotten the pass, and we did not get the pass, but... oh well, what are you gonna do at this point? But yeah. Actually, decent pictures. I think I have one of these as my lock screen background now. It might be... maybe it's not yet, but I took more pictures. Anyway. These I think might be magnolias. Possibly. If I can look at what a magnolia looks like again. Maybe this is not a magnolia. Possibly not. Well, it looked nice, so I took a picture. This weird looking tree. It felt very out of place for Japan to see this kind of tree. Like, it's the only one that I saw here. So I'm like, screw it, I'll take a picture. Very funky looking tree. I think it's some kind of palm. But I wouldn't know. And then yeah, I was starting to slow down a little bit with taking a bunch of pictures, because I did have my fatigue. My tourist fatigue, taking pictures of everything. But you can see what we have here. Maybe you can't see it that well. Shoot. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to turn this off for the rest of the stream. Little crop that I have there. I am a little bit in the way. What we have here is a Don Quixote. And Don Quixotes are overstimulation to the maximum. Walking into a Don Quixote is it's like getting assaulted on all of your senses all at once. It's like if you thought that like zoomer brain rot scrolling overstimulation with 7 screens screen maxing was bad, then you have not experienced a Don Quixote. You walk in and it's just like a billion different sounds all at once. They sell like everything in there. A bunch of lights. A bunch, it's so much at once. It is actually exhausting just existing in a Don Quixote for too long. So we went into one and then never again. But they do sell like pretty much everything. Well, you know, a bunch of small trinkets and stuff in there. Don Quixote implies your senses are gonna be so messed up you'll think windmills are monsters? Is that what implies? Like, is that like the name? Like a phrase or something? Because I'll tell you what, that is exactly how I felt. I don't know what Don Quixote actually means, but I'll tell you what it means for me. A nightmare. Stimulation nightmare. Oh, Don Quixote is a Spanish book. Ah, I see. I see.
Damn, I missed the start and rest cause I'm thematically sick and thus dead tired. Anyway, hope you enjoyed the Owari trip. It's from the book Quabs.
Okay. Thank you very much, Salt, for the 23 months in the King's Guard. Damn. It make me feel old. Missed the start and rest because I'm thematically sick and thus dead, tired, real, true, real. That's been like the past 4 days for me. Don Quixote is a very famous book. Ah, I see. Okay. I think the way that they spelt it was also a little different. Because they spelt it with like... with an H, when they spelt it in, I guess, Roman characters. Because it's written in Japanese, right? Like they use katakana for it, but then underneath they're like Don Quixote in Latin letters. But they spell it with an H instead of an X. But anyway. 23 months, but I did a silly and never did Patreon, so I'll never get credit. You get credit in the streams though. Every time you resub, so I mean. But anyway. The book is literally centuries ahead with deconstructing a whole genre and making in-universe satire of itself. Maybe worth a read then. Maybe. But yeah, I would not recommend, well, maybe just once, to check out a Don Quixote in Japan. It's certainly an experience. Anyway. The first night in Fukuoka, we went to an izakaya, and there was this old Japanese guy who was... basically, he wasn't the only worker, but there were like 2, maybe 3 people in this izakaya. Very small place. You know, you walk in, you take your shoes off, and you sort of sit down at this table. Where it's more like, almost like a bench, sort of. Like you sit down flush with the table, but there's like a cutout for your feet. But anyway, we had this old Japanese guy who was running this izakaya, and he was maybe like the most chill guy that we met in Japan. Didn't meet too many people in Japan, but this guy, he was like... Hold on. Sorry, I had to cough a little bit. So, we sat down, and this old Japanese guy was like... I wouldn't say he was necessarily like shocked, it's like, ooh, you know, white boys in Japan. You know, probably not the first time, but like he was really interested in talking to us. And it was made easier by the fact that one of my friends actually speaks Japanese in like an almost fluent way. So like we could kind of talk a little bit, and the more that we talked, the more he was like, hey, I just got this shipment of really nice sake. And I wanna, you know, share it with you guys. Of course, like, we had to pay for it, but, like, it wasn't very much. It felt more like it was a token amount compared to what it actually would have cost. But he was just like, oh, I got this really nice sake. I got this really nice, like, this really nice plum wine as well. I got this really nice, like, he just kept on, he's like, oh, you know, he brought out these bottles and he's like, you know, I want you all to have a glass of this. And so he just kept on bringing stuff out, and he was really cool. And it was like 3 beers and like 3 other glasses of stuff. We had a lot to drink that night, And in total, it was like $20. It was like $20 to drink all of this, you know, crazy stuff at this izakaya. Actually, it was like 20, maybe $25. We also got like edamame, and we got gyoza, and we got a couple other things. I think I got like fried mashed potato or something, like a potato cake almost. So we got a couple other things as well. This was sort of like dinner slash drinks after the first night. But I was shocked at how cheap it was to like go out to these places and you have like 6 drinks and a decent bit of food, and it's like, yeah, that'll be $25. Back home, that would be like easily $40 to $50 minimum. That was one of the things that I found. It was just like so much cheaper to go out in Japan, to go out for drinks, to go out for food, especially in Fukuoka, seemingly. But then there was this other place, I think it was in Osaka, that was really, really good. I think they had like 250 yen beers. They were like the big beers for 250 yen. You could get a small beer that was like 180 yen. And 250 is like, I think like $2 Canadian or something. So you could get like it wasn't quite like a pint, but it was pretty close, and it was like $2 for a pint of beer, or a pint of draft beer, which is kind of insane. That would be a minimum like $5, $6, maybe even $7 back home to get 1 pint. So yeah, that was pretty fun. Going out in Japan was great because, I mean, that was literally every day we went out to grab things. So I'm glad it was cheap. Glad I wasn't spending like $40 at dinner every single night. But yeah, this was really cool. If I ever go back to Fukuoka, I'm gonna try to find this place again. Hopefully, you know, that old guy's still working there. That'd be pretty neat. But anyway, the second day in Fukuoka was the hike. So this is kind of more like a shitpost, as in, I took this picture just to be like, place Japan. It's literally just like a random rural village in Japan that I took a picture of to be funny. But this was basically on our way out to the hike, which was kind of insane just to get there from our Airbnb. Because we had to wake up fairly early to catch, I think we had to catch a train to get to a bus station, to catch a bus, to get out to another more rural train station, I think. Or maybe that was optional. But we ended up taking like a train, a bus, another train, which connected to this rural line to bring us out to like the boonies of Fukuoka. And then from there, we had to take that train all the way to the end, and then catch another bus from that train to get to this super rural, you couldn't even call it a village, like it's just, you have like maybe 20 houses on this one street. And then from there, you had to take a shuttle bus up to the actual start of the mountain, or up to like the start of the hike itself. So, you know, we're no longer in a place where we can get by with, you know, you're not going to find anybody even attempting to speak English to you at this point. Where we're no longer in the parts that are, you know, like the international parts of Fukuoka, where they have a lot of tourism. Like, we're out in the middle of nowhere now. So we ended up at this place that was, I think it's called Mount Hiko. Or at least, like, the village, I think, might have been called Hiko, and then the mountain was called Hikosan. And that was the hike we went on. Turns out, actually, reaching the peak used to be a pilgrimage a long time ago, as part of, like, I think if you play, not to be this guy, but I think if you play Japan in CK3, there is, like, the specific kind of Shinto that exists that focuses around mountains and stuff. And so, like, this was actually a religious site, like a pilgrimage spot, one of the 3, like, holy temples or something for this particular sect. So it's like an actual full-on pilgrimage. If you're interested in looking up the hike itself, I think you can just type in like Hikosan hike, and you can probably find a bunch of paths. Yeah, we followed this trail that was set up by this guide on a website called Fukuoka Now. I think they recommend it's like a 6-hour hike. Technically, the distance is 15 kilometers, but of course, a lot of that is climbing stairs. And there are a lot of stairs to climb on this hike. So we had to go through out to the boonies to get to the beginning of this hike. This actually isn't even the start of it. Let me check actually.
Quabs, thanks for reminding me I got leftovers ache for months. Also, this is the most mechanized hike I've heard of, where's walking through people's backyards and ladders/ropes over waterfalls.
Thank you very much, Salt, for the 100 Czech crowns, I think they're called. Okay, listen. So, we're just getting to the hike, alright? Going through all of these trains and buses and more buses and then the shuttle bus. This is just to get to the beginning of the hike. And then the hike is like 6 hours. We actually got there a little late because we missed the one bus we were supposed to take at the start. It was a very narrow window. I was pretty sure we weren't going to end up making it back in time. We ended up making it back in time for an unrelated reason. But the thing is, like, we managed to get up to the hike, but like later than we were supposed to. And if we completed the hike, then we actually would have missed the last shuttle bus back to the rural village. Which means that we would have had to, if the hike were any longer than the exact amount of time that we had to get there, then we would have missed that bus and we would have had to hike another hour and a half, just walk down the rest of the mountain to get back to the nearest village. And at that point, we might have actually missed the last train to get back to our Airbnb. So we actually we did not complete the hike because I could not complete the hike. But fortunately, because we could not complete the hike and had to turn back, we actually made it back to our Airbnb at 10:30 p.m. So, you know, good for us. There's you know, a bit of a silver lining in everything, but anyway, we get to this hike. This is actually at the top of the first set of stairs, I think. You have to walk up a bunch of stairs, you reach this torii gate, and then, you know, we have this this little shrine over here that's, I'm not sure how well maintained, but, you know, it's just along the side. And then you have to walk up the rest of this giant path. Right, you get all the way up here. This doesn't really showcase how many stairs there are. Because you keep on walking up here, and then you have to climb, like, 300 more stairs. Right. Along the way, you have, like, a bunch of statues and stuff. So that's pretty cool. Or these little things. See, like, these are the actual stairs you have to get to at some point. Well, until you get to the real set of stairs. Like a few every now and then. Like, here it's like, oh, it's like 1 stair, 2 stairs. And then you get like, oh, there's 6 stairs, and then you walk and then 6 more stairs. And then eventually there are just like 200 in a row, which is cool. Really am going, but pro tip, Corpse, walk on the dirt next to them. Walk on the dirt next to these. Next to the main road here. Probably is a better idea. It's like, yeah, this uneven stone surface terrain was also kind of, not great. Yeah, and here's the thing, like, it was already, my feet were hurting because of the days I had spent in Korea. And I got the insoles, and the insoles were a generational purchase. But on the other hand, I think I ended up wearing out the insoles within the first 3 hours of the hike. Or 3 hours of being on the journey of the hike. Because technically, you know, you go up all these stairs, you're actually not at the hike yet. We haven't even started the hike. You walk up 300 stairs and then the hike begins. Hard surfaces tire legs more? That makes sense. Went to East Asia, got sick, brought back the flu? Not to the US. Well, technically I did go through the Dallas airport on the way back, but I'm sure I'm not hitting the Dallas airport that badly with the illness I got. I wouldn't be surprised if I got it in the Dallas airport on my way back, but I'm sure the Americans are fine, but watch out everyone else around me. But yeah, you gotta walk up these stairs, or hike things. A lot of little shrines, that's kind of cool. You see a bunch of these along the way. More cherry blossoms and stuff. This was actually after climbing like 300 stairs. And then... oh yeah, more little pictures. These are my actually good pictures of these. We have this big shrine at the top here, which is sort of marks the beginning of the pilgrimage. So that's nice. What did you eat when you got sick? Like on the way... like when I got sick and then I was already kind of home when I started being sick. So like, I went through the entire trip, and it was more so on the flight back that I got sick. And I know it was on the flight back, because I had no symptoms for the first 2 days being back home. And then after those 2 days is when I started showing symptoms. So I think the incubation period was the day that I got back, and then the second day, and then I got super sick. So... anyway, we have this nice little shrine that sort of marks the beginning. There's actually a little monorail, like a... what are they called? It's not a monorail, but it's like a suspended tram, I guess, that goes up the side. I'm forgetting what that's called. But you can actually take that to get up here rather than the stairs, because it really is that bad. But we didn't. We took the stairs anyway. So we got up here, and then the hike actually begins. So we have this little... it's hard to see, but there are carvings in this stone here as well. So we have this little obelisk. Meaning stuffed in a tin can with several hundreds of people and recycled air promotes illness? Who knew? Well, I didn't get sick on the way there. Just on the way back for some reason. I don't know what it was. Maybe there was someone coughing on the way back. Now there definitely was. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Was the final message, by the way? Get well soon, Corby. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm still feeling a little under the weather, but fine enough to actually do this stream. Hype begins at 2:06:30. Yeah, we gotta have this timestamps for this, because it's gonna be a long stream. We have at least another hour in this, I think. But yeah, the hike begins. We have this obelisk that kind of marks the beginning. I don't even think the obelisk itself is necessarily written in Japanese. Like, I think it's so old. It's gotta be like a very ancient form of Japanese, or like maybe ancient Chinese, because it is a very, very old obelisk. But yeah, we got this. It's pretty cool. Walking around, it's just like a bunch of foresty things. Pretty much what you'd expect to see on a hike. Very cool. The entire place is just like a massive woodland. But surprisingly, there are very few bugs, which is nice. Great to be on a hike and not have to deal with a billion mosquitoes and other small insects that want to get into every crevice on your face. It's very nice. Compared to back home, you walk outside for a hike and you have a cloud of insects following you. It's a lot better to be on a hike like this. Very calm, very chill. Yeah, it's mostly just like... it's just this. There were some parts where... like, if you took a wrong step, you could very easily end up on the news. So, that wasn't great, but, you know, I'm still alive, so that's cool. Basically a lot of stuff like this. Look over the side, a bunch of trees fell over, a bit of a landslide or something. But yeah, most of the pictures I took of the hike are just nature things. We have a little spring, little river that goes through. Bunch of stuff like that. Eventually, we did end up at the first shrine along the pilgrimage. And this is pretty neat. Pretty neat little shrine thing built into the stone surface on the side. Had a little bell you could ring. Seems, I guess, like relatively maintained. I don't know how often people even go up on this path. We didn't see any hikers. Except for this one guy, like right at the start, and he was coming back down. So, like, we didn't really know how far he had went, because in theory, on this hike, you're supposed to go like all the way to the top and then take the stairs down. But he was walking down the path that brings you up to the stairs, instead of walking down the stairs. So, like, he was kitted up, he was like a stereotypical, like, hiker. Like, he had the walking sticks, he had the backpack, he had, like, the athletic garb. Like, he was kitted up for this hike. And he was walking back like it was no one's business. Like, it was easy. But us amateur hikers, who don't even hike back home, and decided for some reason to go on this hike that is described as, quote, adept/very difficult. To go on this 6-hour hike, with a total elevation gain of around 650 to 700 meters. And we thought for some reason that this was a great idea. I thought for some reason this was a great idea. But yeah, getting up certain areas where it was literally just like climbing massive steps for a solid like 15-20 minutes at a time. In the middle of nowhere, Japan, no cell service. We didn't even bring enough food and water. That was another issue. And I think that was actually the main issue for me. Because eventually, I mean, I'll show you a few more pictures first, right? Look at that. That's beautiful. That view is fantastic. Got a little video I took. Turn around, boom. Shrine. You play video games for a living? What possessed you to hike for 6 hours? Hubris. The hubris of youth. Basically, I thought I was built different. And I was doing pretty alright for the first 2.5, 3 hours. It was that 4th hour that really got me, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was starting to struggle after like the first 300 to 300, maybe 400. No. Because like the real steep part of the hike. Let me think about that. So like the hike in total is supposed to be like maybe 4.5 hours to get to the top, and then like an hour and a half down. Because we're kind of like walking around up this mountain, and then you just take the stairs down. So as we're like ascending this mountain, wrapping around the mountain, you know, we're taking longer to get up. And then you just take the stairs down at some point. So it's like 4.5, maybe 5 hours to get to the top, and then like an hour walking down the stairs to get back. So we had ended up getting to almost the first peak. So we had gotten to maybe 600 meters of elevation from where we started. By that point, though, we had run out of food and water. And I think that was one of my main issues. Because I think, like, I ended up getting actually dizzy at one point. And that's when we had to stop and turn back. Fortunately, there was like an access route. But I had gotten dizzy, like my vision was getting blurry. I think I was just like incredibly dehydrated at that point. We had pretty much just run out of liquids. We didn't have any, like, they have like a Gatorade sort of thing called a Pocari Sweat. We brought water bottles. We bought a bunch of stuff, but we just ran out. And I think that ended up being my downfall. But, you know, fortunately we didn't have to get evac'd, so all's well that ends well, I guess. Anyway, more pictures. The hike. Just a lot of forest and terrain and stuff. It's pretty cool. I did at one point end up, there was sort of like a river crossing here, but like with fewer large stones. It was like a, much larger river. On the way down, I actually did slip a little bit and I hit my knee pretty badly, and I didn't realize how bad it was until we had gotten down the mountain and, the adrenaline wore off. I finally had a moment to sit down after like 6 hours at this point of like walking. And so, I realized that I hit my knee kind of badly, actually. I was still able to walk, but like I was actually bleeding pretty badly down my pant leg. I didn't even notice until we sat down and I'm like, hey, my knee actually hurts kind of a lot. And then I lift it and there's just like blood dripping down. It's like, oh. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That tracks, actually. So a little worse for wear by the end of that trip, or the end of that hike. There are also points here where we had to grapple down these ropes. They just had them tied to trees and rebar, and you just had to just like grapple your way down. There were parts later where we would have had to grapple up instead of grappling down, and by that point, I think if I had attempted to grapple up, I would have actually died. Because I think at some point, like imagine, my vision is blurry, I'm getting lightheaded, I am chronically, or maybe not chronically, but I'm dangerously dehydrated at that point. This is the point where a medical professional would say like, hey man, you can't keep going. But imagine it's that point and I'm trying to grapple up a cliff. I think at that point, I think I would have actually died, maybe. I would have been trying to grapple up and then like my grip would have slipped or something, and then I just would have tumbled down the side of a mountain. So maybe it's a good thing actually that we turned back when we did. But anyway, grappling down this, that was neat. We had to do this a couple times. There's some points where you could have easily slipped as well. It was kind of wet in some spots, and you had to sort of walk on top of wet tree roots that were angled on the side of the mountain. And you had to hold on to something, otherwise you would slip and like actually die. Yeah. As a medical worker, I would have told you to stop the moment you started bleeding with no drinkable fluid. Well, the thing is, like, we started turning back, and then on the way down is when I slipped a little bit. So we'd already decided to turn back. We'd already run out of fluids. We had nothing to drink. And then, I slipped a little bit. Banged up my knee. But I managed to make the way back down. But yeah, it was kind of like this moment, actually, because we had to climb pretty high up to get to this point, and then grapple down, so I was spent at this point, and I was like, man, I actually don't know if I have that dog in me. Like, this was the first moment where I'm like, I just don't know if I can do this. Because I didn't realize that we were going to have to deal with this, going up parts of the mountain, then down parts of the mountain, then up again, and then down again. Like, the total elevation, in theory, on paper, was 600 meters. The actual elevation, going up and then going down multiple times along the way, was probably closer to like 800. Just because of the sheer number of times that we had to go up and then down something. So yeah, that was fun, grappling down a little bit. And then eventually we got to this place. They call this thing the Demon Tree. I don't know why it's called the Demon Tree, but I decided to not touch the Demon Tree. It's a very, very tall, very old tree that's over like 1,000 years old. And so they built a little structure around it as well. Now this was actually the point where, like, we got here and I was like, man, I'm gonna have to rest for like 30 minutes before I can keep going. Otherwise, my life is genuinely in danger. And we sat down and we're like, all right, time to keep going after 3 minutes. And I'm like, I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna die on this mountain. And so I basically, I had to complain to the group. I was like, I just don't think I'm making it to the top. So, we had a bit of a discussion about, who's gonna go to the top, who's gonna go back down. Splitting up on the mountain in Japan with no cell service. That's a great idea, isn't it? But anyway, so one of my friends and I were like, okay, we're just gonna go to the first peak and then walk down. Mind you, the first peak was also like a monumental climb away, but don't worry about that, I guess. It was actually the steep climb up to the first peak after this demon tree where I started to feel dizzy and lightheaded, blurry vision, that kind of thing. And one of my friends was sort of keeping an eye on me. And he was like, hey man, you good? And I'm like, nah. Like at this point, I had to call it. I'm like, no, I can't keep, you know, faking being fine at this point. Like actually, actually at this point, I just can't keep going. So that's when the entire group turned back. I have a dog in me and it is Scooby-Doo. Yeah, pretty much. Although, I mean, I don't regret the hike. It was definitely a decent hike. You know, it was like 4.5 hours total. And even the way down, because we managed to get to the point where there was an access route for, I guess, this exact purpose. If somebody needed a medical evac, then they had built this paved path all the way up to basically this point at least. And then you can actually, maybe you can't see that well, but to get up to the first peak, you can see that like these trees, there isn't really much of a peak behind them necessarily. So like, we were kind of getting close to the top. But instead we went down the access route, which actually allowed us to catch the last shuttle bus. The exact moment we sat down, like 3 minutes later, the last shuttle bus came down to that bus stop, and we managed to make our way back to the Airbnb before midnight, basically, before the last train would have forced us to take a taxi. I assume this is Japan? Yeah, at this point, this is the second day in Japan, after doing a lot of walking every single day up to that point. I will say also it felt like we didn't really bring enough food. The food that we brought was like this thing called Calorie Mate, which was sort of like a meal replacement bar. I actually still have one that I brought back from Japan. They don't taste great or anything, they're just kind of okay. They're meant to be like the equivalent of like military rations. But for like civilians, like you keep these dry bricks in your back pocket, and a whole cardboard box of them is, I think, around maybe 400 calories. Calorie Mate, like from Metal Gear? I mean, presumably, maybe that's where they got the inspiration from, but yeah, like you just type in Calorie Mate and you'll find them. A balanced meal replacement. They're kinda mid, but like, they're alright. They're okay. But yeah, we ran out of those, we ran out of water, we ran out of everything. And then we had to turn back around. That was the trip. It was pretty decent though. And then on the way down, you know, we had took a few pictures of other stuff. Took a picture of this Torii Gate on the way down. Yeah, it was exhausting. Oh, jump scare. It was absolutely exhausting. I only took 2 pictures on the way down because I was like, man, I'm gonna die if I do anything other than lock in. Because we had to make a decent pace. Like, we couldn't stop on the way down. I had literally brought myself to the point of exhaustion. Like, physical exhaustion. I could not lock in through that climb anymore, you know? At a certain point, all of my willpower becomes subject to physics and chemistry. You know? After a certain point, I can't just keep going. But after that, on the walk down, we had to make good time to get back to the bus stop. So we had to walk down in exactly like 40 minutes to get back. But I did manage to briefly stop for like 2 pictures. Did you have any Japanese/Korean candy while there? Yeah, I mean, I did end up having little like, small mochi cakes, I guess. No, were they mochi? No. Maybe. It might have been like red bean mochi, and they were like very small, individually wrapped pieces. They're like white on the outside. They have like a little flour coating or something. I don't know, like a dust. There's another word for that I'm forgetting, but you know what I mean. A little dust coating on the outside. It comes in a little bag you can buy at the corner store. So I had a little bit. They were pretty good. But yeah, eventually, you know, we got back down. We went out for drinks after getting back to the Airbnb. I was exhausted, but I'm like, man, I'm still gonna eat something. So, after that, the next day, we did a day trip in Hiroshima. So this is actually the Pokemon Center at the Hiroshima Shinkansen station. So that's pretty cool. I picked up something for my brother here. I think this is actually like the only picture I took of it though, so... So Hiroshima, we were here, and then we also went to this place where they sort of make your food in front of you. So this is what this is over here. It's... I don't think it's technically hibachi. I think that's like a very specific thing. Hibachi chef, is that it? Hibachi chef. It is like not really that. It is just like the style of food that I'm forgetting the name of. Okonomiyaki, that's what it is. We stopped in Hiroshima for okonomiyaki, and it was really, really good. They sort of cook it in front of you on this big flat top grill, and it's kind of like, it's not really a savory pancake, but it kind of is. It has a bunch of stuff. You have like noodles. I got seafood in mine. It was pretty good. Teppanyaki, I think that's something else. Teppanyaki is... It is a style, but it's mostly like... It's a style of cooking food in like an entertaining way, whereas the difference is that okonomiyaki is just sort of the specific type of dish is meant to be made this way, I suppose. But yeah, if you look for okonomiyaki, then you'll find exactly what it was. But yeah, that was really nice. And after that, oh, alright, there we go. We went ahead and visited the bomb dome in Hiroshima. So this was actually, I think, pretty close to, if not exactly, ground zero for where the bomb was dropped. And that's why this one structure actually still stands, is because the pressure from the bomb, from the blast, was like directly above it. So it didn't like blow away the entire structure. It's sort of just like the force was like directly down into the ground, so it managed to survive. We went ahead and visited that. I think I have a second picture of it. There we go. Bunch of monuments around there as well. Bunch of stuff. I think this is like a monument to the students. We have this big area around it. You can see the dome over here. But yeah, this is, I think, sort of like a peace park next to the bomb dome. A bunch of stuff. I don't think I took too many pictures of that, though. No, I didn't. Or at least the ones I did, I think... Like, I didn't do a very good job of them, of taking those pictures, so they weren't very distinct. But yeah, it was kinda interesting to walk around and look at all these monuments. It's sort of like it's a tourist attraction, but it's also very solemn, because it's like, man. Like, it really is specifically ground zero. It gets you to think a lot, I guess. You can just see the way that the building is still dilapidated. But yeah, let's see, what else did we do there? Well, after that, we had to take the Shinkansen a second time. So we took it pretty early in the morning from Fukuoka. And it's kind of expensive, but it's not as expensive as I thought it would be. It's like $100 per person. So we got to Hiroshima, we did like the day trip. And then after that, it was like another $100 to get to Osaka in the evening. So we managed to get there. The Osaka Airbnb, I should have mentioned actually, the Fukuoka one first. It was kind of interesting because like it had a ladder to get up to a loft area for the second set of beds. And I did not trust that ladder with my life. So I was not one of the people to go up and sleep on the loft. It was like a plastic ladder that was not very securely attached to a little bar at the top. Going up and down the ladder, like it would shake the entire time and it would bend, and it's like, man, there's no way that this B&B is up to code. But at least it was better than the Seoul B&B, because the Seoul one had the washroom, like the toilet and the shower was the same room. It wasn't even a separate shower in the same room. It was just like the floor was wet all the time. But in Fukuoka it was nice because at least it seems to be more of like a thing in Japan where they completely separate the toilet from the shower, which is nice. I actually prefer that a lot over, I think, like any other combination. Like in North America, the shower is going to be, well, it depends. You're going to have a shower in the master washroom, right? The master bath, I guess. And then, you know, the other showers are going to be, you can have like a tub with a shower. It's going to be separated with a curtain. But I actually prefer them to be entirely separate, so that's kind of cool. Let me see. Right, so after that very concerning Fukuoka Airbnb with the ladder, we managed to get to the best B&B, which was the Osaka one, which was like 10 out of 10, no notes. It had a washer, but it didn't have a dryer, but it was kind of whatever. It seems like not a lot of people in Japan use dryers, because like every Airbnb we went to didn't seem, or everyone that we looked at didn't really seem to have a dryer for some reason. And then I learned like a lot of people in Japan will just air dry their clothes outside, which, I mean, good for them, but at the same time, I'm not really trying to do that. So we ended up looking for Airbnbs that specifically had dryers. The fun thing about the Osaka one, though, was that even though it had a washer and no dryer, it also didn't really have a place to hang clothes. At least not outside. There was like this one drying rack in the middle of the hallway where you could put a bunch of your stuff. But of course, like, you couldn't put them outside, so it would take forever for them to dry. So that was fun trying to coordinate, you know, when everyone could wash their clothes. You know, who had space to put something somewhere on the drying rack. But anyway, at least it was spacious, and it had 2 rooms, and it had 4 pretty large beds. So that was the only complaint, was with like the washer stuff. But otherwise, like, it was the nicest Airbnb. You didn't have to climb up any ladders, so that's a plus. And then you didn't have to, you know, do anything ridiculous. You didn't have to climb like 30 flights of stairs, like with the Seoul Airbnb, so it actually was the best one. Anyway, after that, we went to Nara the first day in Osaka. Took the train to Nara, where they have the Nara Park. They have a bunch of deer, the famous Nara Park deer. I loved this afternoon trip because the deer are so funny, man. I didn't get any of the deer crackers to walk around, because like you can buy them and then feed the deer these little deer cracker things. But like, you don't even have to. If you do, sometimes they'll even get like a little bit aggressive if you walk around with them. Like, I've seen them sort of like, you know, budge or like nudge at people trying to like grab a cracker out of their hand. So they get like a little bit pushy sometimes. But if you're just walking around, they're pretty chill. They don't mind people at all. And the funniest part is that it depends on the deer. But if you walk up to them and you bow to the deer, they will bow back. It's amazing. You walk up to them, they walk up to you, they're trying to see if you have a cracker, and you do like a little bow to them, and then they bow their heads as well. But it's only some of them, because some of them, they try to make sure you have a cracker for them first. I think it's like a little learned behavior that they got when, you know, people would walk up to them and offer them a cracker and bow at the same time, so they would bow back. It's pretty funny. Did you suplex a deer like in Nichijou? No, but I was also kind of afraid to touch them because as soon as you get off the train, they're like, okay, there are a bunch of deer here. Please do not touch the deer. Please do not frighten the deer. Please do not feed the deer. You know, they had a bunch of signs saying, like, don't do anything. Like, you can barely even look at the deer. Which is funny, because once you actually get to the parks, like, the rules are out the window. People don't really care that much. They're feeding them the deer crackers. They're petting the deer. They're bowing to the deer. A rare Corbett stream. Well, rare only because of the entire reason the stream exists. Rare because I've been gone for like 2 weeks, then I got sick for a third week. Yeah, I got a bunch of pictures. Here that lets you pet them. Yeah, you can literally just walk up to them. You can literally just touch them. You can pet them. They don't care. They are super chill. And then yeah, they're just chilling. They do have like these little spike horns, which seems concerning, but like they never get a good enough angle to actually poke you with them, so it doesn't really matter. And then yeah, they're just chilling. Having a good time. Look at that guy. Got a shot of them just chilling in the little pond here. Little pool of water. And then there you go. This, I think, is my favorite shot that I got of the deer. Mostly because I got like a whole herd of them without anybody in the background, except for like, you know, a couple people on this path. But it was kind of shocking just how chill these deer are. Well, except for one instance. So the thing is, they will still stampede if one of them gets spooked. So at one point, while I was walking up, do I even have a picture of this? Maybe I don't. Shoot, okay. Well, you have to walk up this little hill, and as I was walking up, there was like a stampede of deer just like rolling up the hill. Which is a little bit concerning, because like they were headed straight towards a bunch of people just chilling around, but I guess, you know, they missed the people. So something spooked like one deer, and then that one bolted, and you know, the rest bolted alongside them. But other than that one little instance, they're pretty chill. And then of course there's this little museum once you get to the top of this hill. It's mostly like a Buddhist museum. So some parts of it you could take pictures of, and some parts you couldn't. So everything that you could take a picture of had a little sign next to it saying like, yep, it's fine to take a picture of this. So it's kind of fine to take everything that I took a picture of. I was allowed to take a picture of. We have like these two massive statues. We have, you know, a couple of, I think these are like generals and stuff. Generals or demons or Buddhas or, you know, various other, I mean, it was a Buddhist museum, so. It had a bunch of cool stuff in there. Took a bunch of pictures. And then just outside, like if you went to the side area, there's like a street that has a bunch of like cafes and stuff, of course. And there's also this shrine here. I got a really nice picture. Very proud of this shot. Would have been better if I didn't accidentally capture these two people in the background. But if you just look at it like this looks really nice. Mostly rare because it's the first one I've caught in the couple of years I've been watching your videos. Oh, I see. Did you have a favorite piece from the museum? I really liked these two statues, actually. They are very large. And it's pretty impressive whenever I see big statues. But there was also this section in like the first basement floor, I guess, which had all of like the whenever you see Buddhist statues, they have like certain hand gestures, or like different positions for their fingers and the way that like they're facing their hands. And apparently all of those have meanings, which, I mean, I guess of course they do. And they had a diagram of what all of the different poses meant, and that was kind of cool. So, you know, you'd see this guy with like an open palm, and like that would mean something. And this guy has like the palm down this way, and that means something. Same thing with like, you know, like this gesture, 2 fingers up, like this means something, the palm up as well. And then I guess most of these are holding something. This was actually a dragon that was thought to have been part of a larger statue, but I think only the dragon is what remains. The thing actually that was the most interesting to me was like the shape of the face on this dragon. Like, this is horrifying, because it looks like eerily human in a way, right? It's almost like if you've seen that movie, I think it's The Boy and the Heron, possibly. Then I think it's the heron that has like a very similar looking face that's like very eerie to look at. Where it becomes like intentionally very unsettling. Yeah, Uncanny Valley, but it's a dragon. Yeah, so that was something. It does look pretty cool though. Anytime someone can carve such nicely flowing skirts, it's also impressive. Yeah, I mean, being able to carve something with like this much motion into it, and it's like massive as well. It's pretty cool. I'm trying to figure out. Mitachi wa do ikiru ka. Is that the name of the boy and the heron in Japanese? It is. That is a very different name in Japanese. That's like a completely different title. Interesting. Good drapery and art is top tier. I think it's like, it's not just like in art in general, but when it's like sculpted, I'm like, okay. Way to flex on everybody, I guess. Weird flex, but okay. It's like, I think it's in the Michelangelo sculpture. The one that he did. What am I thinking of? What's the one that I am thinking of? The more famous one? Wait, was that even Michelangelo? Yeah, it was. The David sculpture. I think it's the one I'm thinking of. Wait, no. It's a different one that has, like, cloth that's, Oh, here we go. Pietà. That's the Michelangelo one I'm thinking of. Where, like, the way that the cloth sits, and it's made of marble, and it's insane. The way that the cloth sits looks like it's cloth, like it's fabric. And it's done in such an incredible way that it's like, damn. Like, you just have to have an insane feel for the way that fabric sits to be able to make anything like it. But yeah, crazy stuff. So that was the museum, and then we went over to the side area, had a little shrine. It's kind of funny because there was actually like someone was doing a performance. I think it was some, I don't know, like high schooler was doing it wasn't karaoke, it was meant to, I think, be like a performance at this shrine. And she was singing a Yoasobi song, which is kind of funny. Like, you walk into this shrine and the last thing you expect is to hear someone singing Yoasobi on the mic. But it was pretty funny. It's pretty neat. I ended up picking up a little What are those called? Ononomiya, I think? Little shrine charm? Ononomiya, I think that's what that's called. No, maybe it's not. What are those called? Omamori. Okay, I was super off. Ended up picking up a little omamori as not a keepsake, souvenir, my brother. And then let's see here. There's another little side area to this shrine. Oh yeah, this is all in the all part of the original shrine, by the way. Yeah, it has a little cherry blossom tree in front of it. I thought it looked nice. We have a bib on this lion. Are these lions? I assume they are. But I don't know how many lions there are in Japan. I don't think there are any. I think these are supposed to be lions. But, yeah, or like, oh no, maybe they're guardian dogs. Maybe that's what they are. But yeah, this one has a little bib. I thought that was funny. And then, funny enough, looking at this picture, especially if I sort of like hide the bit on the side there, that's in Japanese, but you would never guess this is in Japan because this is like a French-themed cafe in Japan that I went to with my friend, just to like sit down for a little bit, which is pretty funny. Pretty funny to see. You know, one of the things I really wanted to do in Japan that I never got the opportunity to find was a restaurant that is Canadian themed. Like, I wanted to know if there were a place to find a restaurant that tried to market itself as like a Canadian themed restaurant. I would definitely find it in like some place in Tokyo. Now, I never did, but it was funny, or I guess interesting to see like the interpretation of other styles of restaurants, that kind of thing, as they're interpreted through the cultural lens in Japan. So they served like crepes and stuff and pancakes and like desserts and stuff like that. But it was a pretty nice place to sit down and have something to eat. Do Canadians also eat moose as we do here in Sweden? I mean, I'm sure some people do. I actually don't know how protected they are or aren't. Let's see. Can you hunt moose in Canada? Yes, it is regulated, but you are allowed to, so I suppose there are people that do. What do you know? I haven't personally, but... let's see, where are we? So we had this little French-themed cafe, it's pretty funny. And then after that, we went to Osaka Castle. By the way, all the stuff here, the Nara Park, the museum, going to this shrine, then going to this little cafe, and then going to Osaka Castle, that's actually all in the same day that we did all these things. So this is like the walkway up to Osaka Castle, where there's a little, I think it's a bridge to the side, or at least it's a, what do you call that, like a quay or something. But, sorry. Got a nice little shot of the trees along the side of the bank of the river here. And then you would actually start to walk up along the castle. Now, there aren't too many stairs, but it is like a long path to get all the way up to the main castle itself, which makes sense. It wouldn't be a very good castle if you could easily walk up to it. But yeah, it's a decent bit of walking. You get up to the castle. It's a very large castle. It's larger than it looks from this angle, but you can kind of see up here that there are people standing at the top, right? So you could, if you wanted to, go up to this whole area. But the thing is, we simply did not have the time, unfortunately. We got to Osaka Castle, and we looked at the size of the line just to get in, like, not even the line to get in. The line to purchase a ticket to get into the line to get in was massive. And it was like an hour and a half until it closed. So if we waited in that line, we would have maybe gotten like 15 minutes in the castle itself. Or there's a decent chance. Sorry, I had to cough a little bit. Still sick. But, yeah, there's a decent chance that if we wanted to get into the castle and we were in line to buy a ticket, we might have not even been able to buy a ticket. Like, they might have closed the ticket line before we even had the opportunity to get into the waiting line to get in. So, we decided to cut our losses. We got to see the castle, tour the grounds. It was pretty cool. But unfortunately, no, we did not manage to go in and see anything, which is a bit of a shame, but hey, still pretty cool. After that, second day in Osaka, I kind of did nothing for the first half of the day, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I just lazed around. I was exhausted still. I hadn't fully recovered from that hike even at this point, so I didn't really do too much. Halfway through the day, I went out to this mall, and you can kind of climb stairs up to the top, and you have this, you know, interesting urban landscape view. There's a bunch of vegetation as well. It's like this big mall in, maybe, I don't know if it's the biggest mall, but it's a huge place in Osaka. More stairs, yeah, there were more stairs. Somehow, yet more stairs. Yeah, it was pretty cool. We went to the top, sort of sat down on this faux grass patch where you could just look out across the city, and it was pretty neat. And then afterwards, well, you know, walked around, got a shot of this big sort of central plaza of this shopping district. Also grabbed a little, what are these things called? Little fish cake stuff. Where it's like in the shape of a fish, but this is red bean paste. It was pretty good. What are these things called, actually? Taiyaki, that's what they're called. Got a little red bean taiyaki. It was like $3, I think. Grab it off the street as you're walking through these shopping districts. The thing is, also, I have to say, the shopping districts when you're walking around in Japan, like, the ones that are basically a street that's covered on top, like there's a roof, and there's just like a bunch of stuff left and right. You're walking down the street, there are a bunch of people, bunch of sounds, bunch of smells. It's a little bit overwhelming, at least for me. Like trying to walk down the street, and it's just like your senses are being blasted from every direction with a billion different things. I guess that's just how it is to live in these super busy areas, on these super busy shopping streets. But yeah, I definitely, I caught myself a few times being like, I wish I didn't have to walk through these. Because, you know, you would use Google Maps or something, and they would sometimes take you through these as a shortcut. And oftentimes I would walk into one and be like, I can't wait to not be in here. Because it is a little, especially if you're exhausted, it's the end of the day and you're like, I don't want to deal with all this right now. But still, an experience. Looks a little like a stroopwafel. A little bit. I guess especially because of the scales that they have here. It is pretty detailed for being food. Pretty nifty. I can actually buy these back home. Like there's a TNT supermarket that opened up nearby in the past couple of years. So actually every now and then, if I want to, I can go down to like the Asian supermarket and pick up a couple of these. But like, the ones I had in Japan actually are just better. I think it's because when you buy them off the street, they're like freshly made or like freshly fried, I think is what they do to the outside to make it crispy. And if you buy them at the supermarket, then they're usually like kept cold on like a little refrigerated rack. And, you know, they're a little bit I wouldn't say mushy. But they don't have like the crunchy exterior. They're just not as good. Anyway, this is pretty solid. And then we went to the aquarium in the evening. So went to the mall, walked around a little bit, then went to the aquarium. The Osaka Aquarium Kayuka, I think, or Kayukai or something. A little sign written over here. Yeah, the aquarium's pretty cool. Got a bunch of pictures of that. We have, it's kind of hard to see here, but we have like a little otter just chilling on this log here. We also went during the evening, so some things were not as easy to see. A lot of the animals were also asleep, so... For the most part, we did get to see a couple cool things. Got some penguins. We got more penguins. Also, we got a whale shark. This thing is a lot larger than it seems. I think it's like the angle of the glass that makes it seem kind of small here, actually, but this thing is enormous. Oh yeah, these guys. I love these things. I don't know what they are, but they're immediately one of my favorite fish. Look at this guy. It's literally just a noodle. The noodle poking out of the ground. I have no idea what these guys are supposed to do if there's like no food around them. Like, do they ever leave their holes? I don't know. But they're just chilling. You missed going to the ruins of Nara Dreamland Park. I think I went on enough dangerous escapades while I was in Japan. I don't think I needed to go to an abandoned park. Nara Dreamland Park. Permanently closed, you don't say. I like when I type in Nara Dreamland and the first search result I get is deaths. Very promising. That sounds right up my alley considering how that hike was going. Oh, okay. Apparently there are no actual deaths, though. Never mind. But it is still dangerous, I imagine. That would have been me. I would have been the first death. But here, where was I? Oh, right, these guys. They're just chilling. Did you eat the noodle guy? I don't think they would have let me, unfortunately. But I did have some eel at some point, so, you know, that was close enough. I have to say, actually... So, let me start off by saying that I don't like eggs. And my friend has found it weird that I don't like eggs, but I like pretty much every seafood under the sun. But I actually don't think it's that weird. I don't think it's that weird. Well, maybe unusual. Because there are a lot of things that just have like an egg on the menu. And I just don't like that very much. Like, if you have eggs in something, it's fine. But if you're like, here, have a whole fried egg, I'll be like, man... no thanks. It's one of those few things. I'm not even a particularly picky eater. Right? Like, I'll try pretty much anything once, is my philosophy when it comes to food. Like, I'll try pretty much anything. But I can say with confidence that I have tried enough eggs in enough varieties, enough forms, that I can safely say that I just don't like them. And it's actually bad enough to the point where, like, if the main point or the main ingredient in a meal is just egg, for the sake of egg, then I will outright reject it. And there are very few things in this world that I will outright reject when it comes to eating them. Like, most things I will choke down. But when it comes to eggs, like, it requires an extra effort. Pun intended, by the way. But for some reason, that's weird. But liking a bunch of seafood, is also weird. I don't know. Apparently it's weird to not like eggs but also like seafood. That's the take. That's the take that I think is itself weird. Because seafood is amazing. I like how I'm talking about seafood with this thing in the background. Don't worry, we didn't eat these. But if they gave me the opportunity... Nah, I'm joking. Anyway, another weird fish we saw was one of these guys. I did not get a very good shot of it, but it's just a vertical fish. And you would think maybe there's something wrong with this one, but no, there are like 7 of these things in this tank. It's just a vertical fish. I have no idea what their deal is, but they're pretty cool. It's like one day, nature woke up and decided, you know what? Fuck it, we're gonna do something different today. We're gonna make something that no one has ever done before. Vertical fish. Let me see if I can find a name for these guys, actually. Razorfish? Yeah, it is a razorfish. They swim vertically with their heads pointed down. That's pretty fire. Big fan of these guys. We had a dolphin. Dolphins were, I guess, either tired or a little bit shy because they didn't come out all that much, but we had this one. Huge, I think that's a manta ray, maybe? That's a stingray. A manta ray looks friendlier than this. A manta ray is, like, cool and a little bit cuddly, and they look friendly, and then a stingray just looks like they want to kill you, so... This is definitely a stingray. I think. At least from above. From above, they do look like they want to kill you, but from below, they look kind of funky. That's how the pros tell them apart. That's what killed Steve Irwin. Oh, I gotta... I should have showed him a picture of Steve Irwin to see if he knows that guy. See if it was like his cousin who killed Steve Irwin. See, we also got like a spider crab. We got some jellyfish. More jellyfish. It's actually curious, I have no idea how jellyfish reproduce. Like, I hadn't thought about it until I saw them in person again. And I was like... Like, do they make spores? Like, how do jellyfish even create more jellyfish? Are there like jellyfish eggs? Like, how does that work? Jellyfish reproduce. They spawn a bunch of sperm and eggs into the water, which create larvae. Huh. They look so weird. Wait, what? Jellyfish are not real, bro. Hold on. The jellyfish life cycle involves them basically planting themselves down onto a rock and becoming a thing that looks like an anemone, and then growing and then detaching from that anemone looking thing to become a jellyfish. That is not real. Jellyfish are not real creatures. Okay, anyway. Here we go, we had a few more penguins. The weird thing about this section was that it was like completely open air. So every now and then you'd have one of these penguins jump into the water and splash around and stuff, and they would like get people in the front row. Are we showing pictures or? Okay, I don't really have a picture, but let me see here. Yeah, let me grab a picture of how jellyfish reproduce. Because I think that this is actually a fake animal, perhaps. Here we go. Apparently this is how a jellyfish reproduces. Like they produce fertilized eggs in the water and then they just float down, attach themselves to some kind of rock or something. And then they grow into this weird mass of tentacles. And then they produce these little things that pop off. A polyp. With buds, and then the buds detach and become jellyfish. It's so weird. Do multiple jellies come from the same polyp? I assume so. Because like the polyps look like they stack. Hold on. The polyps can live for a long time, cloning themselves by splitting and, when conditions are right, segmenting into a stack of juvenile jellyfish. Dude, this is not real. So like the polyp isn't even itself a jellyfish. A polyp is like a multi-jellyfish structure that splits off to produce more jellyfish. Huh. Well, the more you know, I guess. Jellyfish are pretty much aliens? It seems that way. Like, I've never heard of an animal that produces both like asexually and sexually at the same time. Like it produces the egg that attaches to something, and then it which requires like multiple jellyfish, I guess. And then it begins the asexual reproduction to produce more jellyfish from something that isn't a jellyfish. It's insane. And then they live forever. That is not a real creature. Anyway. We haven't even gotten to Tokyo yet, and it's been like 3 hours. Okay, we're gonna try and speed things up a little bit. So we got more of these penguins, they're pretty cool. And then after that we went on the Ferris wheel that's next to it. The Osaka Ferris wheel is supposed to be like the largest when it opened. I think now it's like the 12th largest or something. Yeah, that is, it is really, really tall up there. You ever swam anywhere with a lot of jellyfish in the water? Kind of. When I was a kid, I went to Florida a few times with my family. And my brother actually stepped on a jellyfish on the beach. That was fun. And actually, that's one of the things that gave me a fear of swimming in the ocean. Is because there are a lot of jellyfish and they're just there in the ocean, washing up on the beaches. And I don't like that. But anyway, we have the Osaka Ferris wheel, which is pretty cool. And up to the top, I won't lie, it felt a little bit janky to me. I think I just don't like being up in high places at all, no matter how secure or insecure I am in these places. So like being on this Ferris wheel felt a little bit janky. Getting to the top felt a little bit janky, but hey, I got a nice picture. Fun fact, Japan's second lowest mountain is right around the corner from that Ferris wheel. I mean, it must be a pretty low mountain because the other side of this Ferris wheel also didn't show any mountains. Talk about making a mountain out of a molehill, am I right? Anyway. Corbett can't deal with salt water.
Quabi stare.
Oh man, I'm gonna... If I laugh too hard, I'm gonna cough again. Thank you very much, Stolen Recluse, for the 8 months. Glad you liked that joke. More where that came from. One time, some islands off of Istanbul, in the water there was, maybe 20 square foot radius. I counted 37 moon jellies. And that's why I don't like to swim in oceans. Or anywhere that there are jellyfish, actually, because there are too many of them and they hurt. Mount Tenpo is like 4.5 meters. I have to know the story behind that, but maybe not today, because we're gonna be way over time. Anyway, after this Ferris wheel ride, I actually got an amazing shot of the Ferris wheel itself. Quite proud of this, I'm not gonna lie. So I got it like right as it was entirely lit up, like it has a little light show thing that it does. So I managed to capture this photo like right as everything was lit up. Pretty proud of this. It's a pretty good picture, I won't lie. I will give myself credit for that. I will toot my own horn. I will, in fact, hype myself up. Because this is a good photo. I think probably the only good photo remaining, actually. After that, we did actually go out for takoyaki, and I also got like... I think I got like chicken tonkatsu or something. Chicken tonkatsu curry. So the fun thing about the takoyaki is that it is very, very hot, and they serve it extremely, extremely hot. So what they do is they put these little flakes on top. I don't remember what they actually are. Why is the food moving? Well, the flakes on top dance because that is the heat from the takoyaki causing them to move. And I think the reason why they do this is because it's not very easy to tell just how hot they are just from looking at them. So when the little flakes on top stop moving is when you know that it's safe enough to eat. And I think that's the reason why. Because yeah, this is literally just the heat from the food causing this stuff to move. Which is pretty cool. Is it bacon? I actually don't know what they are on top. Takoyaki... What are the flakes on top? The bonito flakes. The bonito flakes, which are dried, fermented in smoked skipjack tuna shavings. Alrighty. They appear to move, curl, and dance because they're extremely thin and light, reacting to the heat and steam rising from the food. I assume they're there to help you know when to eat them, because they will actually burn your mouth for 2 weeks straight if you eat them too quickly. Can't they just tell you it's hot? Well, I mean, they do. But also, for how long it's hot, you're not really too sure. Like, we actually had these sitting here for a solid maybe like 10 minutes before we ate them. They brought them out and then you have to wait for them to cool down for like a pretty considerable period of time. They're also kind of expensive. I don't know if it's because we were next to the aquarium or because we're in Osaka. And they're really known, like a very famous thing to get in Osaka is takoyaki. So, I don't know if that was part of it as well, but these were like kind of expensive. I think for each one of these takoyaki, it was like $2 or something. Which is kind of a lot for like one of the small balls here. But, I mean, they were good. Much better than, I mean, like back home, I can also get takoyaki from a restaurant, but like this is, in my opinion, it's a lot better. But I think after that, I also ended up getting... Yeah, this was me realizing, like, oh, I haven't taken pictures of like any food. This is me like digging into like a chicken, I think it was chicken tonkatsu curry, which is really good. The curry in Japan is really, really good. Definitely one of my favorite meals I had while I was there. Pretty good. It's like slightly sweet, not too sweet. I don't know how else to describe it. It has a very what's that called? Umami flavor. Which is like kind of savory-ish. Pretty good. And then near my Airbnb, there was like this little shrine that I took a handful of pictures of. Not like a big popular shrine or anything, just kind of in the middle of stuff. I got another picture. This time we went to a Korean place when we arrived in Tokyo. And I do not remember what this was, but it was really good. After that, we went to the street crossing on the first day. First day, we actually hit up Akihabara. I will say, the Airbnb in Tokyo was not the best, and it's a shame because it was the one we spent the most time at. So we were in Tokyo for like 5 full days, right at the end of this whole trip. At this point, I was kind of exhausted, and unfortunately, this Airbnb had like bunk beds, and so I had to climb. It wasn't like a super tall ladder. I'll get to that in a second. It wasn't a super tall ladder, but it was kind of annoying to have to go up and down this little ladder every now and then. Just like getting to bed, especially when I was super tired at night. And to make matters worse, actually, the room was super small. And it was particularly bad because I did all of my major shopping in Tokyo. So, you know, we woke up morning after arriving in Tokyo. And actually, was it in the morning we got here and then went to sleep? Let me think about that. I think what we did was I think we went to Tokyo like halfway into the day. Because we had to leave Osaka, I think it was 11 a.m. checkout. So at that point we just figured, okay, we'll go straight to Tokyo, we'll just take the Shinkansen, which is the bullet train. So we got there around, I don't know, like midday or something. It's a bit of a ride. Oh, I have to say, actually, I have to clear my throat and cough first, because I am still sick. Yes, Korean place in Tokyo. I know, it's kind of funny. But, okay. So the Shinkansen is interesting because it is like a super fast bullet train. It is not even that expensive to get from Osaka to Tokyo, which is like, I don't know, 2 hours on the train. Pretty fast. You go that distance, 2.5, maybe 3 hours. Definitely like shorter than it otherwise would have been, you know, the same distance anywhere in North America. But, you know, it wasn't that expensive. Like $140 on the train. The thing is, though, the thing that baffled me the most is that the Wi-Fi on the Shinkansen is horrendous. I don't know how they have this modern marvel, the high-speed rail bullet train, that can take you pretty much anywhere in the country. This massive rail network. But the internet on board is from like 1997. Genuinely, I don't know how the service they have is even still supported by the provider, because it's so bad. It's such a, I don't know, like it's a weird juxtaposition to have the super high-speed rail and then your internet is like 200 kilobit per second. It's kind of crazy. Like even my cell data was faster, and that was with the train moving and going literally through mountains. But even my data was still the better choice than using the train Wi-Fi. Like, it's actually kind of weird. Pretty shocking. But anyway, we got to Tokyo, and the first thing we did, first day really, was a bunch of shopping. So here is the Shibuya crossing. You know, the famous crossing. The touristy kind of one. Where you have like a bunch of stuff, you know, we have billboards, we have the Shibuya 109, this is like how you know it's the crossing. You have this tower with the little thing here. Pretty famous is like the massive crossing that even has like the diagonal one in the center. And like a bunch of people waiting at each crossing. Pretty cool the first time you see it, and then after that you're kind of over it, but you know, it's pretty neat. And then after that, we did go to Akihabara. I only got one picture, actually, of Akihabara. What's the phrase? Japan is a country in the 90s since the 70s? Something like that. It's also kind of true in the fact that you have to use cash for pretty much everything. Like, there are some places, like if you go into a store in Akihabara or like any major area, a lot of the time they will accept credit. But there are a decent number of places out there that simply will not accept credit, and you sort of have to pay in cash. I know for sure I took like maybe... Let me think. I think I took around like 110,000 yen out in cash and spent it over the course of being in Japan. Which is, I think, somewhere in the ballpark of like $1,000 Canadian. They do... Maybe they accept debit? I don't think they do, actually. I think, like, if you went to corner store in Japan and there's like an option for card, I think every time that you see that, it says credit card. So I don't really think they accept debit. Yeah, it was kind of interesting. So yeah, I took a bunch of money out in yen, in cash, just to keep on me. And that ended up being useful. Like, I spent all of it. I spent all of my cash. You know, silly me thinking like, oh, when I was back home, and I went to the currency exchange before my trip, and I'm like, oh, I'll take out, what am I gonna need, $500 in cash? It's not gonna be that bad, I'm sure, right? Gonna take out $500 in cash. I think in total, while I was in Japan, I took out another $600 in cash. So, it really is, you know, when you're traveling in Japan, they say cash is king, and it very much is. But yeah, anyway, we did end up going to Akihabara, but I think first we stopped in... Like, we went to Shibuya, right? Which is where the crossing is. There's also a place called, I think, something Records. Tower Records, I think? I think is the name of the store. Yeah. There's one we went to, they have like a bunch of... almost anything you can think of you can find there. Like, they have tons of vinyls, CDs, they have floors dedicated to individual things. So it's kind of funny, actually. They have a floor that's dedicated to, like, VTubers, actually. So they have this floor that's, like, tons of... Well, it's not just dedicated to VTubers, but they have this floor that has, like, video game soundtracks and anime soundtracks and VTuber stuff, and it's just... it really is, like, the mecca of weeb music. You can find tons of J-pop and J-rock, and if you go to like the top floor, you can find vinyls of like anything that was made in Japan or the United States, or maybe even like a good part of Europe in the past like 50 years. Like, there are vinyls everywhere. Pretty big place. I didn't take any pictures, unfortunately, because I was kind of locked in shopping. I ended up buying... there was one Ado CD that I ended up buying, but I only bought the Ado CD because I could not find the vinyl. Well, I mean, I walked into the store and I saw the vinyl. The vinyl was on sale for like, you know, it wasn't on sale, but it was selling for, I think it was 13,000 yen, which is... Was it 13,000? Yeah, I think it was 13,000 yen. Which is about like $110 or something. And I was like, you know, cool to pick up the vinyl, but I don't know if I want to drop $110 on it, right? And then eventually, I got around, walked around the store, realized I wasn't gonna pick up that much. I picked up like one Tokoyami Towa CD, and I was like, I don't know, I might pick up a few more things, but I'm gonna go back and check for that Ado vinyl. And when I got back, it was gone, and I'm like, oh, maybe somebody put it there by accident because they didn't actually want to buy it anymore. So I walked around the store for a while, and I didn't find it. Eventually, I had to work up the courage to be able to go to the information desk and try my best broken Japanese to ask if they had an Ado album. I don't even remember what I asked. I probably sounded like an idiot, but I was like, Ado no vinyl arimasu ka? And I probably sounded like an idiot asking that, but she checked through the system and she's like, no, sorry, we're sold out. And then I realized, I'm like, shoot. That one guy, or that one album that I saw when I walked in was literally the last album. It was the last vinyl, and I was just too slow to get to it. I passed it by like an idiot. But yeah, that was a shame. So instead, I ended up getting an Ado CD. Still pretty happy with that. You still use a lot of CDs? Actually, no. I kind of bought them because I want to support the artists, and I want to have like the physical media, but I don't really use CDs. I'm a big, just like streaming platform kind of guy. I use Spotify and YouTube. But hey, at least I can say like, oh, I have the CDs now. Oh, I did actually pick up one vinyl. I got a Hikaru Utada vinyl. For, what was that? I think it was... Hold on. What album even was that? The Ultra Blue album. So I am glad to have at least one vinyl from Japan. The thing is, though, packing a vinyl to bring it back home is a little nerve-wracking, because I don't trust anybody with my checked luggage. Like, I feel like they're just gonna toss it around, throw it into the back of the plane, throw it on top of the belt, they're just gonna throw it around. So, I actually had my friend hold on to this for me, because he already bought a bunch of albums, or a bunch of vinyls, and it's safer to keep vinyls in like a stack of 6 of them than it is to have one vinyl by itself. We're speaking in Japanese. True, wearing a kimono moment? That's real. That's true. I was hitting at least like 7 arigatou gozaimasu per day, I'm telling you. Eventually, it became second nature. I was barely even pronouncing it. That's just a glimpse into how Japanese I had become on this trip. Although I never got to the point where I was just like, us. Because apparently, like, you can like get more and more casual with it until it doesn't even sound like you're saying thank you anymore. But of course, I didn't do that because I was afraid of seeming weird, so I basically said the full thing each time. It was kind of an interesting experience going around at like the corner stores and stuff, because half the time you would have somebody who doesn't speak any English working at the counter, and that's always interesting to try and figure out like what they're asking you, because they will ask you a bunch of questions. And the easiest way to figure out, like the first one they'll usually ask is like, I don't even know what the phrase would be, but the word fukuro is in there somewhere, which means bag. So if you hear the word fukuro, you know they're asking if you want a bag. So that made it pretty easy to be like, oh, yeah, yes, please. I would like a bag. And then sometimes they would ask you, depending on what you bought, if you wanted to have your thing heated up in the microwave. Because they would do that if you bought something that's supposed to be microwaved. And that was one that I never really remembered the phrase for. But if they had asked me for a bag and I said yes, and then they asked me a second question, I usually just assumed that it was the microwave thing. And I would always say, no, I'm okay, because my plan was to go back to the B&B and heat it up anyway, so. But then, like the other half the time you walk into a corner store, and it is going to be somebody who speaks English, and oftentimes, because a lot of the people in the corner stores, you would find a lot of Indian people working the corner stores in Japan as well. So, every now and then, you would find somebody working the corner store, and they would just like ask you in perfect English, like, oh, do you want a bag? I'd be like, sure. So I guess that made it a little easier every now and then. But yeah, other than that, my Japanese is horrendous, and I do not know how to speak pretty much anything, but I managed to get by, somehow. Oh, before I forget it, actually, there was a funny moment when I was in South Korea. One evening, we were going out to a corner store. They're very similar in Japan and in Korea, like they're always, pretty nice, good prices for things. And funny enough, what I do when I go on vacation is I bring what I call my tourist hat. And it's very corny and it's very intentional. A tourist hat is literally just a white cap that has a maple leaf on it that says Canada, right? And it is meant to be, I don't know, cringe. I understand that it's like cringe in a touristy way, but I'm like, that's the goal. Because sometimes it does actually have you like go on side quests. Or you get like random encounters from people, okay? So I think it's funny. So, 2 times actually in Korea we had this weird interaction that happened. So, first time I was in the corner store with my friends. I was the last one out, grabbing my stuff. The night before going to the DMZ actually. And when I was at the counter, and this Korean lady was bagging my all my stuff, and she asks me in perfect English, completely unaccented, to my ears at least. She's like, oh, you guys from Canada? And I had to do a double take. I'm like, what? Yeah. And she's like, oh, that's cool. That's neat. Have a good day. And I'm like, what? It was like no one was gonna believe me. Because like nobody else, everyone else had conversed with her as best as they could in Korean to grab their corner food stuff and leave. But it was, it got to me and I had the hat on, and she just decided to just like flip the switch for a second and speak in like perfect English, and I was like, what? Give me whiplash for a second. I'm like, yeah. It was very odd, but it wasn't as odd as there was a second interaction in Korea where, yeah, and then we looked back and the lady disappeared. But the second weird interaction in Korea was when we were standing in line, like in the subway stations, they'll have little shops, right? And one of them was a little bakery. We were hungry on the way home from something. I don't remember which day this was. Actually, no, I do. It was the night before we had to leave. To go to Fukuoka. So we stopped by this little bakery in the subway station, and we were in line, and we were like, oh shoot, do they take credit? Like do we have to have cash on us? Because we don't have any cash in Korea. We were just using credit cards. We were like, oh shoot, like we don't know if this little... It didn't look like a, super modern, accepts credit, machine kind of place. It seemed very reasonably like it might be a cash-only place. So we try to go up to this guy standing in line, and we have our Google Translate out to ask him, like, does this place accept credit? Like, can we use a credit card here? And the guy turns to us and he's like, "Oh, yo, you guys from Canada?" Because I had my hat on. And we just had this whole conversation standing there. Like, it turns out he grew up in like Mississauga or something. He just like lived. He lived in like southern Ontario for most of his life and then moved to Korea. And we just happened to like meet this dude randomly in the subway when trying to ask him if we can use credit card at this bakery. It's just weird encounters like that. That's why I bring the tourist hat. I'm saying it is free side questing material. It increases your chance of a random encounter by like 40%. Kind of insane. There's also another weird interaction we had before I, finish off with all the Tokyo stuff. One other interaction we had in the subway station in Korea was a little odd, where there was this lady who had come up to us and started talking to us. And I don't really know exactly how to describe the interaction. It was peculiar. We walked away with the understanding that she was part of what you might call like a new religion, or like a new age religion. Ones that are often described in a sort of cult-y manner. It was very interesting. She was like, "Oh, where are you guys from?" She spoke pretty decent English, actually. Out of like all the people we encountered in South Korea, she spoke pretty decent English. And she asked like, "Oh, where are you guys from?" We said Canada, and she's like, "Oh, do you guys speak French?" And we're like, "Well, I haven't lived in Quebec at all, but I went through the public education system, so I mean like a little bit." And so she starts speaking to us in French in the middle of the subway, and I'm like, what's even going on at this point? And then she starts talking about like, "Oh, 15 years ago I was saved by, I think it was Buddha, Jesus, and somebody else. I forget the third thing. And that was when it sort of became apparent. It's like, I see what this is about now. Okay." And she was like, "Oh, why did you come to Korea?" And we're like, tourism, just to like chill. And she was like, no, you came to Korea to meet me." And that was what it was like. Okay, have a wonderful rest of your evening. We're just gonna go the other direction now. It was a very peculiar incident. Yeah, I don't know. It was very notable. Kind of a first. But I think that was like the last odd encounter that we had in South Korea, or the last like notable encounter. But anyway, moving it back to Tokyo, because we only have a little bit longer left in this. Shibuya Crossing, we went to Akihabara. I don't know why, but like the one picture I took of Akihabara was this Hatsune Miku shop. It wasn't even particularly notable because like they have a bunch of stuff around here like this. But whenever, I don't know how this became, I guess like a quote for me, or like a stim, but every time I see out of place randomly just Hatsune Miku, in my mind I'm like, oh my god, is that Hatsune Miku? And I don't know why. I think that's from like a video that became a stim of mine, but like, anyway, I had to take a picture because I'm like, that's crazy. That's Miku. That's Miku from Fortnite. That's that Fortnite character. Anyway, so I only took one picture of Akihabara, unfortunately. And then this was, I don't even remember what this was. It's a cool looking building. Little office building. Can't remember what we were doing each day in Tokyo. So first day we went shopping. Went to Akihabara, went to Tower Records, picked up a bunch of stuff. I actually How much did I buy the first time? I bought this big Freerin figure that had like 10 pieces to it. It's absolutely enormous and took a long time to set up. What else did I get? I think I got 2 Hunter x Hunter figures. I got a Neferpito, and then I got the king, I forget his name, technically. Meruem, I think is his name. So those 2 figures. I kind of like prowled the grounds of Akihabara, looking to see if I could find any 86 figures. They don't have any, they're pretty much gone. I don't think it's in the cultural consciousness of Japan anymore. I think it's pretty much gone. So I couldn't find anything for that, but it is what it is. And then they actually have a couple of like dedicated Hololive stores. It's surprising just how not just like common, but like just walking out on the street, you'll see a billboard, and this isn't even just Akihabara, like you'll see VTuber stuff everywhere. Like especially in Tokyo. But like you'll just see it on the street, just like on a sign advertising something in a different, like it's all over the place. Like even on the way out at the Narita airport, they had like Niji Sanji VTubers that were like, I don't know, they were on like a board, they were like doing a collaboration with the airport, and they had like a video of them, I guess like going over safety rules or something. Like it's crazy, that's just kind of everywhere. So there were just Hololive stores. You could just find them in Akihabara. Like you could just find an entire store that was dedicated to selling Hololive stuff, which is pretty interesting. Or you'd have like VTuber stores that just have a bunch of VTuber merchandise. Or like a whole floor in a building will be dedicated to VTuber merch. And there's just so much of it. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, anyway, that was the first day we were there. Second day, I don't remember if this was... I think this is when we went to the light show. There's a Team Labs exhibit in Tokyo. And you can go see that. But along the way, we went through this little park area. Walked along the side of this this river that goes through. It's pretty cool. Took a couple of pictures of that. Then we get to the light show. This is insane. The pictures will not do it justice. You showed up in the launcher for EU4? That is also true. I remember that. But yeah, the light show, the Team Labs light show, the pictures will not do it justice. It's actually incredible walking through these areas. So, like, this doesn't look like as much as it is, because it really is walking through that gives you the experience, but, you know, they have these giant, like, light cables that reach the floor. That's one area. And then eventually, you had to walk barefoot through this section that had lights projected down on the ground so you could walk around, and you'd have these lights dancing. That was pretty cool. A few photos of that. This is a little hard to make out what this is. I tried really hard to capture the whole, I guess the environment or the feeling, but it didn't work out well. So basically in this room, you can see that there are like little panels on the top, right? These are like speakers. So you would lie down on the floor, and they would have this stunning display of flowers just like moving across the ceiling. As you lay down, it was like all you could see was all around you. And it was kinda crazy. Just being there, like I could have fallen asleep and stayed asleep there for like 3 hours. Because the music was so calming. The light show was just like a serene experience. It was so cool. I can't recommend this enough. Although the wait is super long. So, if you have a spare couple of hours, and you find yourself in Tokyo and you don't know what to do, well, you probably should have booked this ahead of time. If you're planning to go to Tokyo, would recommend. It's really, really cool. They have a few different things in there, so like this is just like an egg garden. They have a bunch of eggs in here. That's another one part of it. They have this sort of moving flower garden, I think they called it. You would walk around, and when you got close to one of these, they would actually raise up. So the plants would kind of move out of your way as you walked around. That was really cool. And then we got to see, you know, just general architecture and stuff like that. Oh, right, also, same day, we went and saw this thing, this massive Gundam, just sitting outside of this mall. It is really, really big. It might be easier to see, like, this is the height of a person next to this Gundam, and this thing is absolutely enormous. And it's pretty cool. I was kind of hoping that, like, it could move a little bit, but it is perfectly valid that they did not give it the ability to move at all. But yeah, it's crazy to walk up to this thing and just look up and it's just towering above you. I'm not a huge Gundam guy, so I don't know if this is like the canon size of what a Gundam is supposed to look like. Are they supposed to be this big? Are they bigger? I don't know. But it is plenty big. Also picked up some Godzilla socks from my dad that I have yet to give him. They have like a Godzilla themed store in there. They have a bunch of stuff in that mall. I also really wanted to roll the gacha in one specific part of this mall. And specifically, there was one HoloLive gacha where you could get pins. And I really, really wanted to get a Toa pin. Because I'm like, you know, I'm in Tokyo, I have a few days left, I'm just gonna spend money on random stuff. Because I probably could find one, and in fact I did find one later. But I think I gave this thing, between me and my friend, we gave it like 10 spins on this gacha machine, and we did not pick up a single Toa one. Which is kinda tragic. I think we spent, what was it, like 5,000 yen on this gacha machine, which is like 40 bucks. And then later I just went back to Akihabara and packed up, or I picked a different one up for like $7. So, huge waste of money, but it was fun. Because it's like gambling, but it's more socially acceptable, kind of. The life-size Gundam in Fukuoka does actually move a little bit. It's really cool. Oh, shoot. Should have gone to go see that one. That would have been cooler than the hike. After that, I have very few pictures remaining. So, like, this was the... Was it the next day? I think it was the next day. Where we went out to a baseball game, actually. This is the last picture I have, because the last few days I literally just went shopping and then, you know, stuff that wasn't, like, super touristy. Just picking up stuff. Like, I had to buy another suitcase, right, to fit all the stuff that I had bought when I went to Akihabara. But yeah, so this is just a bit of architecture on the way to the baseball game that we went and watched. We went and saw the Tokyo Giants versus the, I think it was the Yokohama Bay Stars. It was the baseball game we went and saw. The Giants lost. Pretty tragic, because, you know, we decided in that moment we were going to be Giants fans. But I have to say, in baseball games, they're just built different in Japan. Like, the level of coordination when it comes to the cheering is kind of crazy. The other side's team had a whole section with their own band that coordinated the cheers for them. Like, it's unlike anything I've ever seen before. The coordination, the scale, they really know how to cheer for their teams in Japan. It's a really cool baseball game. Even though, you know, unfortunately the team we wanted to win did not, but... Oh, the other thing that was cool, actually, is by complete coincidence, we went on Pokemon Night. So, when you went into the stadium, they handed everybody, like, a Pokemon bandana that had Pikachu and Scorbunny on it. And it was just by pure chance, because we planned to get these tickets, like, a few months ago. And then we showed up, and it's like, what's this? And we open it, and it's like Pokemon Night, and it's like, that's crazy. So every time Tokyo Giants would get, like, a good run, or like a, you know, get like a base or something, or they got the other team out, it would have like a little graphic that shows up on the big Jumbotron. You know, the big screen on the side. That was pretty cool. But yeah, I think that was the second last day in Japan. The last actual day was, you know, I woke up. I didn't do all too much. Oh, actually, yeah, because I didn't do too much on the last day, just like a lot of shopping mostly. I will say that after the baseball game, we decided to go down to Shibuya again and basically just go out and have a bunch of drinks. Now that was one of the most mixed bag decisions we might have taken on the trip. We actually decided intentionally to miss the last train. We were like, screw it, we're gonna stay here and we're gonna drink until like 3 a.m. Now we did not end up drinking until 3 a.m. It was like 1:30, and then everyone was tired, so we decided to go home. So we didn't even stay that much longer after the last train. But then we had to walk. And we had to walk like a solid 80 minutes back to our Airbnb. At like 2 in the morning, my friend was like, I think he was like 7 drinks deep or something. Like, he had a lot to drink. He didn't even, like, the next day, he said he didn't even remember the walk back. Which was funny because it was actually over an hour. That's pretty much how that evening ended up going. But the more interesting part, I think, is that when I was in this bar, it was like a British-style pub in the middle of Shibuya. Which, you know, the point is, of course, that if you're a foreigner or a tourist, you're probably going to end up going to one of these because it feels a little more familiar, and that's kind of the point. So you would go to these places, and it's one of the few spots where you'll just hear a bunch of people mostly speaking English to each other. But in particular, you know, I was talking to a few German guys at the start, and then I was talking to this one guy from India, and then I was talking to this one guy from California, another dude from Calgary, and then eventually this one guy, like this one Japanese guy, came up to me, and he was, you know, trying to make conversation in English. And someone had told me earlier, like, oh, every now and then Japanese people will come here to practice their English. And so we had a very struggling conversation, I guess, where we both tried to speak in each other's languages a little bit to try and, you know, just talk about like random stuff. He was like, oh, you know, why'd you come to Japan? How do you know, he was basically like gassing me up a little bit on my Japanese, which is still really bad. But he was like, oh, you know, how do you know so much Japanese? How do you speak so well? I do not speak well at all. He was like, oh, do you study? Do you, you know, how did you learn, you know, what you know now? And I had to be that guy that like breaks it to him. I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I learned it from anime. I'm sorry. I didn't study at all. I don't know anything. I learned some of it from watching VTubers, some of it from anime, and some of it from a very brief period in like the 10th grade where I tried learning it a little bit. Yeah. But he was kind of surprised because I guess I did like well enough that he always sort of got the point. And he spoke well enough English that when I didn't know how to say something, he knew how to say it in English. So that was kind of cool. But yeah, he was kind of a nice guy. It was interesting walking around that bar and like seeing a bunch of people that were like being able to speak to people, like have conversations with people. Because that's like something I hadn't really been able to do for a while. Outside of like, you know, talking to my friends, of course. If that was another wearing a kimono moment for you, what was that for him? A football jersey moment? Maybe. Maybe. Or it was like, I guess for him it would have been wearing a hockey jersey moment. Or something, maybe. Because he, you know, actually, no, it was a different guy, man. The memories of that evening are coming back to me, where like I was just talking to a bunch of random guys from random places. I forgot, I also spoke to some guy from Spain. I was there for like hours, and every now and then, I'd talk to some guy for like 20 minutes, and then I would like, grab another drink, go talk to some other, group of guys for a couple minutes. I forgot, there was also like 3 guys from England that I talked to very briefly, and like another dude from England that was separate that had lived there for 3 days, and he was gonna be there for a year in Japan, and it was his 3rd day in Japan. Talked to like a whole bunch of people. But yeah, it was actually this other Japanese guy that I spoke to when I was in line for the washroom. And it was funny because, like, there was a line for it, and I was standing there, waiting to get in. There was like maybe 2 urinals in this washroom, so, there was a line to get in. And I was standing next to this Japanese guy waiting in line, and some other dude cuts in front of us to get into the washroom. And the guy next to me was like, hey man, like, you gotta wait in line, but, the dude didn't listen, he just barged in. And so the Japanese guy next to me was like, this guy isn't Japanese, sort of jokingly, because, the guy who butted in, I think he was Japanese. But so I turned back to this other guy, and I was like, yeah, me neither. We sort of had a little joke about that, and then it's very weird, because then we both used the washroom, but while I was using the washroom, he kept talking to me, which is very uncomfortable for me. I'm like, just standing there, trying to do what you gotta do, and he's just like, he's still chatting me up next to me while we're both using the washroom. We're both using the urinals. And I'm like, man, I really wish to not speak to anybody while I'm on the urinal right now, actually. That would be really nice. But yeah, he was... Bro made a bathroom buddy. Pretty much. Hi, quiet guy. Yeah. That was an experience. He was really nice. He was really nice, but, he was talking to me, he's like, oh, isn't it really cold in Canada? And I'm like, yeah, I think a few days ago at that point, it was like -10 still. So I was like, oh, right now it's like -10 back home. And he's like, whoa, really? Like -10? And I'm like, yeah, sometimes I think he asked, like, how cold can it get? And I'm like, I think it's been -40 before, technically. Like at one point in time, I think it's been around -40. But, generally, the coldest it'll get in a winter is usually like -30, -35. And so I told him, like, oh, it can get to like -40, and he was like shocked. He's like, there's no way. He said, like, even in Hokkaido it only gets to like -20 or something. And this was all in the washroom, by the way, at the urinal. He was just striking up this conversation. That was an experience. Now going to the bathroom in a public place will feel so lonely for you. Now, the only thing that I'm actually gonna miss going to any washroom now is the bidets. I feel like I've had a taste of true hygiene, and then I'm going back to living in my troll swamp lifestyle. Like, I had a brief moment of connection with modern technology, and now I go back home where there isn't a bidet in sight. Quite disappointing, actually. Those are maybe the 2 things that I miss the most about being in Japan. 1, not having a urinal anywhere. 2nd thing, the corner stores suck. They're so nice in Japan. They're so cheap, really. It's not even just like, oh, they're super nice. It's like they're super cheap in Japan. Maybe that's a currency thing. But man... it was like I was going on a pilgrimage every day, going to the 7-Eleven, the Family Mart, or the Lawson, picking up some of the Family Mart, the Famichikis, little chicken strips that they sell at Family Mart, the ones that look like they might be a little bit raw, but they taste good anyway. I was gonna say Japan is cheap AF right now from everything I've heard. It really is. Oh, like, did I tell you, we went to this place that had, I think it was 250 yen for basically a pint of beer, which is like $2. So naturally I had 4. I had 4 beers at this place, and I got like, it wasn't like a full meal, but you know, you'd order things for the table, like that sort of deal. It was kind of like you have a tablet and then you just punch in like, oh, I want another order of like fried chicken, and they bring out like 3 or 4 pieces, right? It was like that kind of thing. And so doing that, going to a restaurant, grabbing 4 beers, and getting all that food and being done. And after all of that, it was like $23 or something. It was actually insane. Cheapest I've ever had beer was beer for was like $8. $8 Thunder mugs at the Navy messes out east. When you say the cheapest you've ever had a beer for, you mean like going out somewhere and getting like a pint? Because I think I've had cheaper pints back home, but they're like $7 maybe. Hold on. It's been a while since I've been out for a pint back home. No, that's not true. A pint's like $11, now that I think about it. It can be pretty bad. The Thunder mugs are a liter. Yo. Is that like a classification for beer? Whenever I type Thunder mug, I see like the Canadian rock band Thunder mug. I can't find anything for a Thunder mug. But I guess it's just like a type of 1 liter, eh? Go after course to the mess by the barracks and you would buy one and chug it. That's real. That's basically how I was acting with lemon sours as well when I was in Japan. Dude, the lemon sours are so easy to drink. Like, you give me a lemon sour, that thing is gone within like 3 minutes. It's too easy. It's too free. Quite literally. Like, it's so cheap. It's so cheap to get a lemon sour, it might as well be free. Like a $3 lemon sour, it's gone in 2 minutes. You know, there was actually one place that we were thinking of going to. I don't remember which part of Tokyo it's in, but apparently they have like a tap at the table with just unlimited lemon sour. Where you just, like, you buy your spot at the table with a certain number of guests, you sit down, the tap is at your table, you want more lemon sour, you just pour it yourself, and it's unlimited. Like, you already paid for an unlimited amount. It's literally all you can drink lemon sours. But I never got an opportunity to go, unfortunately. Out east, everyone drinks Keiths. If you love IPAs, you'd get so spoiled. I actually... I'm kind of an IPA hater, I'm not gonna lie. I do not like IPAs. Like, I'll stomach them. They're okay, but they're certainly not my favorite. Limited lemon sour would actually kill me. Yeah, maybe it's for the best that we didn't get the unlimited lemon sours. Maybe that's best for my liver and my ability to get home that evening. Because the trains, they do stop running at 12, so... Anyway, this is actually the last picture I took. So, we can go back to here. And we can do like a very brief Q&A, I guess, if anybody has more questions. I probably forgot to mention a couple things that happened on the trip as well, because it was like a full 2 weeks. And everything was kind of a blur after some point. Oh, I guess I can mention, like, what happened when I got home, because the flight was horrendous. It was so bad. Actually, like, flying home is its own story. So, like, we wake up, checkout, 10 a.m. Brutal. Not even an 11 a.m. checkout, it's 10 a.m. So we wake up at this tiny Airbnb in Tokyo. We're super tired. I didn't spend too much time, or I didn't drink too much the night before, right? So I still managed to wake up super easy at like 8 in the morning. I actually got horrendous sleep while I was in Japan. I don't even know what it was. I did not sleep that well. But, yeah, so we wake up, have to do checkout at 10 a.m. I have to pack a bunch of stuff at that point. But then you leave the Airbnb, and what do? You have 2 suitcases and a backpack with you. Well, we decided, screw it, we're gonna go straight to the airport. You know, better early, right? Because then you can check in early. For some reason, we had to do it in person. Yeah, 10 a.m. checkout for an Airbnb. That was pretty bad. Just like the cherry on top of that Airbnb experience, because it was not good. Almost no room in that Airbnb. Literally like 4 beds, a toilet, a shower, a table, and that's kind of it. That was like the whole Airbnb. Not great. We also had so little room, it was hard to pack stuff. To lay out entire suitcases and pack stuff up. That's what we spent the morning doing. We left the Airbnb 10 a.m. We were wondering if maybe we should take a taxi, because up to this point, every single time we wanted to go to a train station or from a train station while we had all of our bags, we would take a taxi. Because it's not that expensive when you split it across 4 people. 1 person a taxi in Japan, that's ridiculous. You're spending like $50. It's not worth it. $50 to go like anywhere. 4 people taking a taxi in Japan, it's not too bad because it's still like $50. So, every time we wanted to go to or from a train station with all of our luggage, usually we take a taxi. The airport, if we wanted to take a taxi to the airport, would have been, I think, $300. So we ruled out taking a taxi, because that would have been absurd. Even split across 4 people. So, we decided to go on like an hour-and-a-half long journey through the subway system with all of our bags, which still was not a lot of fun. We managed to get to the airport at like roughly midday, kind of. The thing is, we couldn't check in for our flight until like 4 p.m. for some reason. Which is rare, because, you know, most flights you're gonna go to, it's like, oh, you know, you check in for your flight 24 hours in advance, you can check in online, all that stuff. Not this one, for some reason. It was, the way back was with American Airlines. So, that'll become a little bit relevant, I guess. So we check in for the flight after sitting around for hours. We actually do go to a restaurant in the airport, and we pick up a few things at the 7-Eleven. And then, of course, we go through security, all that stuff. And as we reach our gate, and we still have a bunch of time to kill, it becomes interesting because, like, after a certain point, you already give them your checked luggage. Oh, I should mention. Also, we had to pay for the checked luggage on the way back. But not on the way there. So checked luggage was free to get to Japan, but not to come back from Japan. That was fun. That was, I don't even know how that happens, but that was really cool. So I had to pay for the new suitcase that I got just to bring all my stuff back. Like, buying a suitcase and getting it back home was like at least an extra $120 just to bring my stuff back. So that was pretty neat. That's how they trap you. They know you're loaded up. Well, like, the thing is, you're loaded up on the way to the country. Like, you have a checked luggage with clothes in it, but to get the same checked luggage back, you have to pay. You have to pay to get the same thing back home. That's ridiculous. But anyway, At least not for me, because I didn't bring a checked luggage the first time. I brought a carry-on with all my clothes and I just washed them multiple times when I was there. But when I did want to bring a bunch of stuff back, I was like, okay, what is that, like $60 US added on top of that? That was cool, but anyway. We finally get to our gate, and then it turns out actually, they don't have enough space in the overhead. So actually, we're gonna need to, suddenly grab more of your carry-on stuff and turn it into checked luggage. At least it's free this time. But yeah, it was interesting. Because as I was boarding, I was like the last person to board because they took me aside and they're like, hey, sorry, we don't have enough overhead space. Can we please, we need to turn this into a checked luggage. And I'm like, okay, I guess. That whole thing happens, not the end of the world. I get on the plane, I'm sat in the middle of like the 4-row seat, and it's not like super hot or anything, but it's just so uncomfortable. Did they not offer a discount for the other checked luggage for providing carry-on? No, they didn't offer any discounts or anything. Like, I was literally about to board, I had my boarding pass and passport in hand, and then they took me aside and they're like, hey, can we please turn this into checked luggage? Like my carry-on that I had with me. And that was, I just said yes to it, like I didn't know if I'm supposed to ask for a discount. I'm not sure. But it was a little concerning because on the way back, at a certain point we'd have to go and collect our luggage and then get it rechecked and then back on our flight again. But we'll get to that in a minute. The way back, the flight back from Japan, we actually took a flight from the Narita airport to the Dallas, I think it was Dallas airport. So we went to the United States on our way back. Which, my mom was super worried about. It's like, oh, the air traffic control and stuff is like not working, or, there was that big accident that happened and there was a big concern afterwards, right? But I was like, yeah, it's gonna be fine. The thing that was weird though, actually, was when you land after this 12-hour flight, which I didn't sleep on at all, by the way. I tried to sleep on the flight, but I just can't sleep on flights for some reason. I got 45 minutes of sleep on this 12-hour flight. And I actually tried watching the Lord of the Rings Extended Edition trilogy. I got halfway through it before I was just exhausted and tried to sleep. I still didn't fall asleep for a while, but yeah. Even Air Canada does the entire, we will offer you some bit off the checked luggage if you hand over your carry-on because we have no room. Oh, I think the reason why is because we already did the checked luggage thing earlier. We handed it off to them at the what do you even call that area? The reception, I guess? I handed over all my checked luggage. And then, later on, I don't even know, maybe they would have had an ability to reimburse, probably. I don't know, they didn't even mention it though. But sorry, anyway. So no sleep really on this flight on the way back. We get to the Dallas airport, and when we land, they make it explicitly clear. They say, no matter where you are going, no matter where you intend to be, no matter what your final destination is, in the United States, you must collect all of your luggage, and you must go and get it rechecked through security, and then go over to the thing to put it back on your transfer, and then move on. So here we are, standing around the turnstile, or the little, the luggage belt, waiting for our luggage to appear, but it never does. So we're standing here for 15 minutes. They made it very clear as they possibly could, that we need to go pick up our luggage and get it rechecked. Eventually, when it didn't show up, we went to this other guy who was working around the turnstile, the belt, and we're like, hey, our luggage hasn't shown up. Our flight is in an hour and a half. We gotta get going. Do you know what's going on here? And then he checked our I guess itinerary, And he's like, oh, you guys are fine, actually. You don't need to get it checked. Bro. What was all that? Like, they even had a whole video when we landed. A whole video. They played it like twice. They're like, you gotta get your luggage. You gotta make sure you know, 17 signs along the way. Make sure you pick up all of your bags before you continue. Get them all. But not us, though. Unless you are specifically these 4 guys traveling from Japan. Then these 4 specific people don't have to pick up their bags. Okay. So anyway, we end up going through security. It kind of takes a while just to get through because there's a massive line. But we make it through. We kind of barely end up getting to the gate because we get there and they're already boarding. So we get there just in time. Keep in mind, I've slept 45 minutes of the past 24 hours. And I'm rushing through this airport, and now I have to immediately get on another plane. I didn't even stand up on that last flight, by the way. Like, I didn't even use the washroom. And here I am getting on another plane before I get a chance to eat anything. Well, yeah, before I get a chance to eat anything or really buy anything in the American airport, in the Dallas one. But actually thinking back on it, I did have something to eat on the flight. On the 12-hour flight, they did actually give us dinner and breakfast and like one snack, I think. I will say, out of all of the flights that I have taken, which is not many, rarely have I ever had airline food or airplane food that is bad enough to make me actually understand those old corny jokes about airline food. Because, like, you know, growing up, you hear those, like, the old slapstick comedy, what's the deal with airplane food, you know, that kind of thing. It was genuinely so bad. So I got, like, it was a pork and rice kind of thing. And it was actually pork, rice, and egg. And people in this stream already at this point know how I feel about egg, but I'm like, screw it, I'm starving. I will eat anything they give me. And I did, but it was so bad. The egg was like mealy, like the center had like a mealy texture to it. The pork, I don't think you could legally call that pork. It had the texture of like a meatloaf. Like it was genuinely unappetizing. It was so bad that I didn't even think they were allowed to serve food like this on airlines. Like, it feels like they're holding you hostage and forcing you to eat this. It feels like I'm a prisoner in this plane right now with how bad the food is. I'm sure even prisoners were getting better food than this. It was genuinely horrendous. In fact, like, I'm surprised I didn't end up throwing up on that plane, because it was, like, the food was just so bad. The only part of that meal that wasn't bad was the tiramisu. That's because it's pretty hard to mess that up. They literally just gave us a little plastic container with a square of tiramisu in it. And that was like the only okay part of that meal. Maybe that and like the bread bun. Everything else was actually horrendous. But yeah, I guess maybe that's just an American Airlines thing, because genuinely, you know, I've been on Air France. They've had good meals. I've even on Air Canada, like, they have some pretty decent meals on Air Canada. WestJet, I've had their meals, they've been alright. Or at least, like, the snacks they hand out they're enough that I don't really care too much. And even that 1 hour flight that we took from Seoul to Fukuoka, that 1 hour flight, like, they gave us breakfast on that flight. Mind you, it was an egg sandwich, and I don't like egg, so that's unfortunate. But I heard from other people it was good, so. Air Canada has free wine, so I'll never complain. That was like Air France too. I'm a nervous flyer, so it's good to get drunk and pass out. That's the thing. Like, maybe I should have just asked for a whole bunch of alcohol if I tried to sleep. Or if I wanted to sleep on that plane. Because I just can't do it. Except actually, the flight from the Dallas airport to the Toronto airport was like a 3-hour flight. And I actually did sleep like half of that. After a certain point, my body is just like, there's nothing I can do. I think I was just so exhausted at that point that I fell asleep before even takeoff, actually. I think I sat down, put my bag under the seat in front of me. I waited until everyone was there because there was like an empty seat next to me, which was a blessing because it means that I could actually have leg room. And then I just passed out. I think I woke up in the middle of the flight and I was like, oh man, we haven't taken off yet? And then I realized like, oh wait, the flight's half over. Just completely passed out before takeoff. But that was only like an hour and a half that I slept on that flight. So I got to the Toronto airport, had another flight that I had to go on. So that was from Tokyo to Dallas to Toronto to the last airport. God, it was exhausting. It was so many flights. It was so many flights, so much traveling. It was like a total, I think, 32 hours that I had flown just to get back home. Not flown necessarily. It was like from my Airbnb back to my house. It was like 32 hours. And I slept 2.5, maybe 3 of them. Anytime I have to go somewhere for my job, I make sure to get beers with coworkers before the flight to try and time the alcohol so I'm able to do human things when we land. That's so real. In the Japan airport, like the Narita airport, before actually getting on the flight, that was sort of my plan. Like, I went to the 7-Eleven. Was it even a 7? I don't remember. I went to this little store that was near my gate and I actually picked up a beer and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna drink this like 5 minutes before boarding. So that I'm gonna drink it, toss it, board, and then hopefully it's gonna help me pass out. It was not nearly enough to help me pass out, and then it wore off, and then I was just wide awake for like 11 straight hours. So that was fantastic. Fortunately, actually no, there is no fortunately. Like, there's no happy ending to this story. Like, I get home, the flight actually, the last flight is delayed. Yeah, so I get to the Toronto airport, and the last flight is delayed like 15 minutes, which isn't too bad. But then when we board and we're on the plane, for some reason we're sitting on the runway for like 45 minutes. I was like, oh, it's not a big deal, it's not even a super long flight. You know, I'll chill here for a bit, but my phone was on low battery, trying to coordinate getting a drive home. And so my phone actually died before we even managed to get off the runway, pretty much. That was neat. But then, I get home, it's like 2:30 or something. I'm surprised you didn't VIA it. Those things are luxury. I'm pretty sure using VIA would have been more expensive and taken longer. And I just didn't have the energy. It was also part of the round trip, so maybe it would have been more expensive too. But, yeah, I ended up landing back home, at the airport back home, at like 2:30 in the morning. I finally get home around 3-ish, but at this point, my body's like, what do you mean? It's daytime, time to stay up, time to do things. So I didn't even fall asleep until like 4. 4 in the morning, that is. And I only managed to sleep like 6 hours, which you think would be impossible because I'm finally home after all this traveling and I haven't slept like at all. But nope, I sleep like 6 hours. I wake up I don't even really know what to do because everything's a blur and I'm still tired. I go out and I have lunch with my mom to talk to her about the trip and all this stuff. And then I get home and I take a nap, in quotations, from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. That was a really good decision, I think. A nap, in quotations. Just like a 6-hour nap. Waking up, 8 o'clock. I don't even know what to do with myself at this point. Because I'm a little less tired, but I shouldn't be waking up this late. But anyway, so I managed to stay up until like 1 in the morning to try and get like another decent sleep, but then, you know, I only sleep like 6 hours again. I have like the worst sleep schedule known to man for the next 3 days. The jet lag was genuinely horrendous on the way back. I've never been so jet lagged in my life. The first day I was a zombie and I took a 6-hour nap. And then I only slept a couple hours that night afterwards. Had a terrible sleep schedule because the next day, you know what I did? I took a nap from like, I think it was like 4 o'clock to 7 or something. I'm just picking up the worst naps known to man. No, I think it was... No, sorry, it was the 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. nap. That was the second day. Completely ruining my sleep schedule even further. So then that night I stay up until like 3 a.m. to try and force myself to sleep. And then guess what? The next day I wake up and I'm sick. And I feel terrible, but I'm like, well, at least I'm awake enough. I'll go ahead and record a video, which is what I did. I sound so sick in that video. But that'll be out in a couple days, I guess. What was the COVID lockdown schedule going into Big 26? Oh, it was so bad. Never again, hopefully. Well, at least hopefully I don't have jet lag that bad again. I'm sure at some point you have to be able to inoculate yourself against jet lag. I don't know how, but I'm sure someone's figured it out. I'm sure diplomats, or like heads of state, like they travel a lot, they know how it works. But yeah, that was an experience. So yeah, managed to record one video, and then the next day I was super sick. I had pain in my ears. I could barely breathe because my head was so congested, which I think also contributed to my ears hurting. I had a terrible cough. I had a headache. I had like the everything head cold. And I still kinda do, but not as bad. And then the next day, it actually got worse. The worst of it actually was on Saturday. That was like the worst day of the entire cold, the entire illness. I was basically bedridden the entire day. And then yesterday I was still fairly sick, but I could feel myself, like the symptoms were alleviating. And then I woke up this morning and I was kind of alright, so I said, screw it, I can do a stream now. And here we are. You have to accept that time is a social construct with no meaning and go out for your morning jog at 3 a.m. Not a bad idea, actually. I feel that way sometimes when it comes to when I decide to go grocery shopping. So fortunately, because, you know, I get to shift around my schedule, like right now it's almost 8 o'clock and I'm still streaming, right? So I can shift around my schedule, my working hours a little bit, so that if I really want to go shopping, I can go at like 10 or like 11 in the morning on a weekday. And then there's like nobody there, so I can get like the prime pick of whatever the stuff, whatever's, you know, whatever's baked at the bakery that morning. And don't have to wait in long lines or anything. Especially Costco, which is still somehow bad at like, I don't know, at like 9 a.m. on a Tuesday. There's never a time where Costco is good, actually. But anyway. Yeah, that was my whole trip. And then we're back to the present. And now I have to like do things and like work and to make videos again, instead of just doing random stuff on a Tuesday at 4 p.m. in Japan. I have to like actually work and do emails and stuff. The horrors. I guess the moral of the story is never travel. True. Moral of the story is, if you're planning to go on a 12-hour flight, you should definitely have more than one beer ahead of time to make sure that you can just conk out. Otherwise, your life will suck. Guys come back from Riga and they're doing normal night stuff at 2 in the morning. Got a text from a buddy that was there at around that time, and he just didn't register yet that he was living 7 hours ahead. I had to readjust my internal clock for that kind of social stuff as well. I was like, oh yeah, if it's like midday for me, it is midnight back home. Like I wake up and my parents are going to sleep. It did make it a little difficult to text family members and stuff. And then also like trying to find the time to text with my friends in Europe as well. That was fun. But anyway, it is 8 p.m. now. I'm thinking I'm probably gonna call it for today. It's much later than I usually stream because we got started a lot later than normal. Gosh, I'm still tired. I can't even speak at this point. The texting stuff is easier if you send the messages on a timer. I didn't even know you could do that. You're gonna go for a 6-hour nap. Not this time. I did actually kind of fix my sleep schedule at this point. Even through my illness, I managed to stay awake intentionally until at least 11 or 12. So that I could go to sleep at a decent time and wake up at a decent time. I think that's the most disciplined I've been in actually years. No matter how tired I am, I cannot nap. No matter how much I want to fall unconscious, I have to stay awake. Otherwise I'll die or something, or just ruin my sleep schedule more. But I think at this point we probably are going to call it there for today. I'm going to go eat dinner and then, I don't know, for the past like 2 days, my friends have roped me into playing a game called Abiotic Factor, which is like a survival game. Survival, mostly meant to be multiplayer. It's pretty decent. But anyway, we're like a good number of hours in at this point. So, maybe they'll be available for that again. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more streaming in this upcoming week. A lot of interesting things coming up in the next month or so. There's also going to be another video. I don't even know when the one after that will be because I haven't recorded anything in about 3 days. So, we'll see about that. But for now, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. I know most of my regulars are already asleep because they have work in the morning. And the rest of you, I imagine, are probably either done eating dinner or about to go to bed yourselves. So, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'll see you soon enough. And bye, bit.